Yeah, no, that would be bad. So I don't know. Even if it's just a, oh, I hope that they fix this. Because I don't know. Anyway, let's play some Dwarf Fort. It's going to be a very quiet stream today, I feel. I don't think many people are going to tune in because it's a day off and I started late. So, let's go play some Dwarfs. If you guys want to say hi, YouTube, you can. You can keep talking, too, once we get in game. We're going back to Bouldergates, which I accidentally dumped a lot of lava in the middle of. Whoops. And for reference, we talked about this the other day. I'm not going to be using the Name a Dwarf redemption because some people are just way too good at it, and I'm just noticing the same people getting dwarves every time. So I'm just going to occasionally be like, hey guys, we're going to name some dwarves now, and then if you want a dwarf, just holler at me. Bouldergates has been under some points of high stress recently. We did kind of flood this whole chunk of the fortress with lava. A couple dwarves got turned into charcoals, but we've recovered the population, so all is fine and dandy again. We've currently got this area clear, although I'm going to be refilling it pretty soon. And, you know, we've got some towers that are weak points in the fortress. Like, this is just an open spot in the fortress. I need to get this sealed. This is just an open spot in the fortress. I need to get this sealed. We need to get, like, a roof on this. You know, so some other spaces in this fortress really need some work. I think we need more bedrooms, because, like, just checking this, yeah, there's quite a few dwarves that don't have bedrooms, so we need some more bedrooms. Some dwarves are pissed. Generally, the fortress is pretty happy all in all, though, so that is good. I need more wood. Is there wood on the surface? I think I was just chopping down trees, right? They're all going off to pick up equipment. Let's actually see where they're heading. I'm actually not sure where they're heading. Oh, I see. Yeah, Devilish Potato just died. Right, yes, because I am chopping down more trees. That is currently what we were doing. So let's read through the dwarves who are currently alive in the fortress. Shakebreak, AFDNZ, Akre Bastet, Chucksbuck Snuck, Ilmirin, Jess, Lyagushka, Nimlark, Pandasaurus Rex, Raging Cave, Raw Meat, Snail, Squirrely, the Lady Nerian, Iron Boot, and Warfu are all of the dwarves that are alive right now. If you would like a dwarf, you know, do you want a dwarf? I mean, a Devilish Potato, you literally just died, so let's do everybody a favor and leave you dead for a little bit. Give us some time to mourn, you know? In fact, currently we're watching you get buried. Well, fortunately, you may be getting buried, but the wondrous Ranger Rick is burying your body. He finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living, and he very rarely develops negative feelings towards things. He is easily moved to mercy and does not go out of his way to help others. He is a friendly individual, and he is conflicted by this since he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he often feels discouraged. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He isn't particularly curious about the world, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. He clicks his tongue repeatedly when he's annoyed. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family. Personally believes that chaos and disorder are the truest forms of expression, and are the truest expressions of life, and would disrupt harmony whenever it is found. Values honesty and does not respect the law. Likes diorite, pig iron, green glass, picks, buckets, and reindeer men for their large herds. The words of the umber skirts, and when possible prefers to consume thrips and guttercrewer, and absolutely hates lizards. Hair is extremely long. He is average in size. He has a scratchy voice. His slightly wide-set aquamarine eyes have large irises. His eyelashes are extremely short, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His nose is slightly upturned. His hair is gold, and his skin is copper. All right. Thank you, Omega Loaf. the hunter, swimming carcass, has 2 lovers in this fort. And Darius is her uncle, rest in peace, our now deceased captain of the guard. You have a nephew who's alive and a nephew who's dead. And Obak is your cousin is a peasant. Amethyst has passed away, and your 2 lovers don't live here. So you have 2 lovers who do not live here. You are currently praying to Otik Wispowl. Okay. And she has an incredibly calm demeanor. She is very greedy. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she tends to be passive in discussions. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she can handle stress. She tends to avoid crowds. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Can't fathom why anyone would want to live in an orderly, harmonious society. Has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and values artwork and respects power and does not really value skills related to fighting. She likes stoneware, nickel, and tapazolite, owl bone, and the color sepia, figurines and spiked balls, and dogs for their loyalty, bonobos for their antics, of which we have several, and when possible prefers to consume dwarven rum and goat's milk, and absolutely hates leeches. Dominoc, thank you very much for the 10th month. Welcome back. It doesn't feel anything after being able to pray for too long. You're praying right now. I mean, you do kind of worship a billion gods. Okay, maybe not a billion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 gods. Oh, wait, no, eight gods. The 9th is an apprentice. Where are your lovers at? One of them doesn't live here. I assume the other one's dead because they're not listed. Usually, if they're not listed, it means they don't live here and are dead, or you're no longer lovers. So, like, they are lovers in the past kind of deal. Okay, scrolling down. Bordastico. Is that another strange mood for you? I didn't see a panda. Yeah, there's no strange mood going on right now. In fact, I don't think Panda's alive. Oh no, it's still the same one. Never mind. You're currently, hauling silver. I guess it's still the same strange mood. And you're working secretly. Also, Spitalier, thank you very much for being the first person to gift a subscription today. Appreciate you, man. Over to Osif Random. Hope you're doing well, man. Where did that dwarf go that I just named? My eyes are misbehaving today. Gordy Casto. Did I not name you? Yeah, there you are. I can see. I swear. Blind spots are not failing me today. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and has a profound sense of duty. Finds obligation preferable to the boredom of harmonious living and is easily moved to mercy. Often feels discouraged and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. He tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He is often cheerful and he is brave in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. And Nimlark, thanks for the 3rd month. Welcome back. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him after wearing tattered clothing. He dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that the idea of peace is always preferable to war. He likes rock salt, bismuth, and precious fire, opal, naf, fabric, warhammers, and thrones, and giant axe blades and warhammers. And when possible, prefers to consume wine. Hates hamsters. His very long beard is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids. His slightly wide-set oak-ear eyes are protruding, and his hair is charcoal, and his skin is brown. I'm scrolling back up here. Honey Bun Holler would like a bearded crafter of some sort. How about this mad lad with the bone crafting skills hauling a lead goblet right now? Honey Bun Hauler. Yeah, refuses to lose in a drinking contest. Thanks for the 10 pennies, Panda. Appreciate you. And for the live train chat room. Thanks a lot. He does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress. He is a nervous wreck and he dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He can be very single-minded and almost never feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and isn't particularly ambitious. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible without feeling particularly grateful. He is assertive and doesn't often feel envious of others. He rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again and can handle stress. Wait, what? That part makes no sense. And why is your name slowly getting longer? Still had that field selected somehow. Huh. How did that happen? Anyway. He personally views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it. Would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and values sacrifice. Values leisure time and does not care about fairness. And Mona, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back, and thank you very much for helping us hit that 350. He likes garnite, pig iron, bonded agate, as well as coral, corns, and chickens for their scratching. And the words of the ignited brain, that's a good name, the ignited brain. That's just somebody like, this is your brain on drugs thing. And when possible, he prefers to consume raccoon, clown loach, and 2-grain wheat beer, and hemp flour, and absolutely hates oysters. You don't think you've ever seen, like, he prefers to wear something nice now and again? Really? His straight hair is extremely long. His cobalt eyes are protruding. His lips are very thin. His ears are... His somewhat splayed... His eyelashes are extremely long. His somewhat broad ears are somewhat splayed out. And his hair is dark tan. And his skin is cinnamon. My eyes are misbehaving today. I do have a thing that I'm blaming my eyes on right now, though. It's kind of smoky out today. And I can kind of feel it in my apartment a little bit. My eyes are watering. Like, my eyes feel dry. Yeah. It's making focusing on things difficult. You haven't caught up on this fort. Hopefully it's not bad to pick up from here. Okay, so we're at war with the elves. We didn't do it. The World Gen did it. The faction was at war with elves when we started. The elves have annihilated most of the goblins because materials are rare. So minerals are rare, so elves have an advantage in the World Gen stuff. Due to, like, you know, them just using wood anyway. And what's the other thing I'm looking for here? Oh yeah, we have a big lava moat, and I dumped most of it into my fort last time. So we lost a lot of dwarves because I dropped a piece through this flooring here, which drained lava from in here straight down into here. Which not like, you don't want to do that. Like, especially if you're given the option, you do not want to do that. Chat room, thank you very much for the little hype train. Appreciate you. And Clockworks, thanks for the $1. We're going to keep an eye on that mysterious construction. First, I'm going to fix this hole in the floor. Which was kind of funny, because yesterday I went and said hi to Radu, who was streaming, or day before yesterday. We raided Radu after the stream. And he goes, oh, wow, I love your, like, volcano, like, entryway. It looks super cool. I'm like, yeah, it does look super cool. I dumped most of it into my fucking living room. So, you know, we had a bit of an oopsie, but largely fine. Largely fine. And I'm also working on this nightmare contraption, which I'm probably going to get back to right now. Although, Pandasaurus Rex, the Countess of Bouldergate, has created Stink Odor. Okay, so it's called Stin Kodor, but that's Stink Odor. Please tell me I'm reading that wrong, chat. I'm pretty sure that says Stink Odor. Well, it's a shame it's not made out of, like, skunk bone or something. That's very, very funny. All right, so, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. Let's check out this, this smelly mug. This is a diorite mug. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round diorite cabochons and encircled with rock leather, and encircled and menaces with spikes of alpaca wool, rock leather, and steel. On the item is an image of, Argent tarnished? The lead spear in rock leather. On the item is an image of scepters in rock bone. On the item is an image of Strife Demon, the diorite mug. That's this. In alpaca wool. On the item is an image of dwarves in silver. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Bouldergate by the Dungeon of Dragons of the Raccoon Princesses in the early spring of 139. I think this should go in their office. But I need a new display case. Okay. Oh, I know how you're supposed to pronounce it, but that's not how it's spelled. Like, trust me, I'm well aware of how that's supposed to be written, or how that's supposed to be said. I'm just choosing not to because it's funny. Okay, what else can I do? I need to deal with some of these kittens and puppies and baby grizzlies. Since I've got that one dwarf that really likes bonobos, now I wonder if, like, I make them available as pets, if he'll go claim them. It's a rock mug made of rock. Yeah, that's not confusing. Not confusing in the slightest. Yeah, I need to fuck with my hard drive after stream today. Something collapsed. It was a dangerous job down here, Cubok. It's like, would you like the stink odor mug or a different mug? Okay, so I got two dwarves hacking down trees. Why are you so pissed? Right after experiencing trauma. What's your history like? I want to pray. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to remove all this dwarves' labors and just let them go do whatever. Maybe it'll give them a chance to go improve themselves because they're just like in a really bad state. This dwarf. Probably creepy and what's the word? In regards to what they would look like if they were generated by AI art, they'd look terrible like most AI art. I really hate AI art. It, like, creeps me out. Like, initially it was, like, a really neat concept, but the more I stare at different AI art generators, the more it's like, I just start to see other art in it, and it looks weird, and I hate it. This fort has lots of sand. It does have quite a bit of sand. I mean, it has sand. If you have sand, that by virtue means you have lots of sand. Yeah, we have this. Although I kind of need to make this sand space a little bigger. Specifically, it needs to cover walls. Otherwise, they're going to run out of sand. All right, so something I need to make sure stops happening is I need to connect this to a lever. Yeah, no. You guys know my position on AI art. Maffle, the ghostly miner. because we do fortunately, or unfortunately, because we've lost a lot of dwarves due to unfortunate circumstances, we get to go through and memorialize all of them today. Well, I mean, it's the reason Google is currently getting in shitified, right? Is because AI art is better at writing articles that perfectly align with what Google wants to get higher in the search order, right? AI art is better at that, like fact. So the issue with that is, well, because AI art is better at it, God, I need to just redo all of this, I think. Yeah, I'm going to redo all of this. Because AI art is better at it, what's happening is you go to Google something, and instead of getting like 3 legitimate sources, you get 5 GPT responses, or like big language, not AI art, big language learning model responses, right? And they're also teaching themselves incorrect information because they go based on what's highest up on Google. So it's like, it's a negative cycle within a negative cycle of like, oh, cool, so it's just getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder to find legit information when you go looking for something that's being tutorialized, which fucking blows. Okay, so we're just gonna deconstruct all of these and reconstruct them. I do, however, need to put a gear right here. What a time to be alive. Oh yeah, no, totally. And then people are just like, oh, but it's a tool that you can use to do this. It's like, yeah, sure, but that's not what people are using it for. They're using it for some insidious purposes. And that's it. We had the internet and we ruined it. Yep. And you shouldn't feel shame for just like messing around with stuff on your own time. If you're running a blog, like a cooking blog, however, though, and you've decided to like use ChatGPT for the majority of your writing, then yeah, you might be a bad person. But if you're not doing that, then you're fine. And Gaius, hello. You're currently making yourself Japanese curry. Cool. Sounds like a good way to spend a Saturday. But chat room, if you guys want to go help me out, because like I said, I started late and it's a, you know, it's a Saturday, which isn't a day I normally stream. If you go give that a boost on Mastodon, that may potentially send some people my way. Trader was just found dead. That's unfortunate. Somebody got hit by a tree. Come on, ass. Don't you too. Second casualty to trees of the fort. I think we just had a third one. Oh no, the miner. Miner was put to rest. Not in fact a casualty, just somebody was put to rest. And of course, you know, if you're in any Discords where people are allowed to post streams, go post my stream, share it around, tell people that I'm live. Dune may have gotten the AI part right. Yeah, Dune's got some things right. But more around, like, just the behaviors of people. Yeah, I was explaining to my neighbor who's not tech savvy in the slightest last night about how, like, Googling stuff is becoming harder due to AI. And he basically just, like, stared at me kind of blankly for about 10 minutes drinking his beer and then just was like, I'm gonna go get another beer. I was like, okay, so, like, you didn't retain any of that. Got it. Which is, you know. Which is just funny to me. Lord of Drizzle, hello? I'm okay. I slept well last night, which is nice. First time in kind of a long time that I slept well. It's been too hot to sleep. I'm one of those people where... computer's freezing. I'm one of those people where if it's above, like... But yeah, I slept well for the first time in a while. I'm just sitting here waiting for my computer to unfreeze itself. So migrants have arrived despite the danger, which is good. We need them. How are we doing on military currently? You're full. Okay. Haven't really been around to see much of it. Yeah, no, it's a nice fort. I'm quite happy with this fort, frankly. I really need to remove this. I'm just gonna go across here. Clear glass blocks. You got her a heated blanket? Yep. Yeah, no, like I'll go like 3-4 days without sleeping properly. 5-6 days if it's been hot consistently, and it's brutal. Okay. So chat, I need you guys to help me keep track of this, because I tried to do this once before, and long story short, screwed it all up. So we're going to go to traps. I'm going to go to pressure plates. I'm going to go... Actually, first I'm going to count. How many of these do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, so I need 17 pressure plates is what I need. 17 pressure plates. Although I'm going to actually need to construct 2 of these to get those constructed. I'm going to need 17 pressure plates. They're going to need to be connected to every single one of these bridges. Okay? And there's also bridges down here. Once everything is connected, then when I fire off a minecart, in sequence, it should open and close these drawbridges, which will send little gushes of lava out and little bubbles of lava coming up from the ground. That's the plan. That's what we're trying to build. So in order to do that, I need 17 pressure plates on these tracks. So let's build 17 pressure plates and then make sure I connect each one to each correct location individually. The first time I did this, I screwed it up. So, minecart's trigger. 1. Okay? That's 1. Minecart's trigger. 2. Minecart's trigger. 3. Assuming that said minecart's trigger. Minecart trigger. I also appear to have screwed something else up, but 4. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six, 7, 8. I don't think I set minecart's trigger on that one. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. No, it's my computer. It's not Twitch. It's my computer. I've got gremlins in my computer, and fixing the CPU helped a lot of them, but not entirely. So for whatever it's worth, it's not Twitch. It's definitely my computer. Which means I think I need to replace the main hard drive that I'm using. Which is not something I can really afford to do right now, which is not fun. But, you know, I'll get by.
Can we make some taco rice?
Taco rice? What's taco rice? I know what a taco is. Oh, you mean like rice that goes in a taco? I was imagining like crushing up tacos and putting all of the ingredients of tacos in rice and going, that seems strange. Is that like a burrito bowl or like a taco salad or something? I haven't had tacos in years. Last time I had a taco was the last time I went to the US. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not familiar with the concept of taco rice. So this is going to be connected to that, which is going to shut this whole thing down so it's not going to immediately start pumping lava again like it did last time. Okay, so now this is the hard part, chat. I need to connect these to the right. I can only connect each pressure plate once, and they have to be connected to the right bridge. So this is bridge number 1, connected to pressure plate number 1, okay? This is the way this is going to go. This is pressure plate number 2, which is going to go to bridge number 2, okay? This is pressure plate number 3, which is going to go to bridge number 3. This is pressure plate number 4. This is going to go to bridge number 4. And this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, is pressure plate number 5, which is going to go to bridge number 5. These next few are above here, which is a little bit easier. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Six. 7. 8. 8. This is the first one down. 9. 10. 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Which was this one? Okay, so I just need this one to get finished. This is 12. But with rice instead of meat. Yeah, I don't know. But thank you very much for the $10, guys. Appreciate you, man. We are in the dead era of summer. The dead sadness of summer. Yeah, the screen freezing, that's me. That's my computer. That's me. Which means I need to move this hard drive to my not primary drive and probably move my Windows install. Gah. Guess I got my work for this evening cut out for me. Yeah, I had to throw some footage out last night when I was recording because I was getting seizing in the recordings. This is similar to what's happening. Oh. Also, apparently I should just mispronounce words occasionally in my YouTube videos because all it does is it makes people complain that I pronounce a thing wrong, and it drives up engagement quite a lot. Which is good. Maybe I should just keep mispronouncing things. The Etten. Curl Cat. Ramagar Koth? I think is how you say that. The humanoid monster with 2 heads has arrived. You look cute. You adorable little embrace goals, the Carillion prophecy. Carrying nothing but the water on their body because it's raining. Rather young for an Etten, 61 years old. The mother, father, and 2 siblings. An enemy of many things. Hasn't been that busy in their few years. Troll-powered engagement. I mean, I'm just saying. I gotta drive up engagement on my videos, just like I gotta drive up engagement in my Twitch chat. Although Twitch chat's much easier. I just go, hey, chat, what up? I'm pretty sure the military can just kill this thing, so I'm not too worried. Although, I'm not sure the military is going to get there in time, because the Beekeeper and Rakust and Kilob are all immediately fighting with the thing, although Zuglar seems to have had a rough time. Your wife and child will miss you if you die there, Dwarf, so please don't die. He is bleeding heavily. Hasn't died just yet. Just bleeding now. No longer bleeding heavily. The dwarves have surrounded the thing and are punching the ever-living crap out of it. We do have one dwarf that is heavily injured. There is also a child named Zasset taking part who is 10, who is terrified but satisfied upon improving striking, which is very good. If we check over here in the Etten combat log, the Etten scratches the Etten in the upper arm, tearing the fat, bites the Etten in the lower right back teeth and the left hand, but the attack glances away. The Hunter has most recently punched the Etten in the hand, bruising the muscle. The dwarves continue to beat it. It's a good old-fashioned group raffle stomp. This cat has also taken part in the combat. It is worth noting that the cat name is Geshud. Geshud is definitely friend with some dwarf. The cat Geshud is fighting. There you go. Has scratched the Etten in multiple places, including scratching the Etten in the right neck, tearing the skin and bruising the muscle. The cat scratches the Etten in the left lower body, tearing the skin and bruising the muscle. The cat scratches the Etten in the lower body, tearing the skin, and of course, bruising the muscle. Shoutouts to Kitty. Maybe you'll get the kill. The cat is now tired, however, meaning it is less likely that the cat will get the kill. This thing is refusing to die. But they were finally able to get the kill through, and it looks like the cat wasn't the one who got the final blow, unfortunately. We did lose one peasant, and it looks like Zuglar is probably going to survive, as he's only seriously injured. As for who got the final blow, well, there's a lot of hits in here, but I can take a guess. I can find the Etten's combat log here. The captain of bashes the Etten in the lower arm, Silver Warhammer shattering the muscle, and the Hammerlord bashes the Etten in the upper body with the Silver Warhammer bruising the muscle and bruising the right lung. So it was one of those two, either the captain or the Hammerlord. Let's see if we can help this Beekeeper. It's a lot of red, yeah. There's also just random organs in the ground. And there is an ad in progress. I'm just going to pause. It's the can of tomatoes that I found, sure.
Subscriber channels in Discord and couldn't let that stand. Also, that's a nice milestone.
36 months. Crimson Mists. Crimson Mist, can I ask what your name is on Discord? Because I don't actually recognize your name on Twitch, but you've been subscribed for long enough that I really should. So either you're really good at popping your resubs when I'm not paying attention, or you've changed your name. Napalm Sideburns, hello. But thank you very much for the Prime. It's Crimson Mist. Is it? Okay. I should know your name then. That's bad. Oh, right. Okay. Nope. I know who you are now. Hold on. I'm going to give you a nickname so I remember who you are. Crimson Mists. You previously Polkinghorn. Okay, so now I know who you are. Thank you. Well, sometimes when people change their names, it's like, I should know who you are. Like, I really should. But do not. Non-major nerd, what up? It's good to see you. All right, let's see. Kavish over here is diagnosing the patient. And the bone doctor stands in the wings, wanting to practice a craft. Who I'm going to name Non-major nerd. Doctor. Non-major nerd. I'll have you know. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, has a low sense of self-esteem, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas, and is open to changing his mind. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he tends to only form continuous emotional bonds with others. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he has a calm demeanor. He has a greedy streak and often feels discouraged. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he often feels envious of others. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this, since he values friendship, and he can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and tries to keep his things orderly. And he scratches his head when he's bored. Also worth noting, his upper spine is bruised, his very long beard is arranged in double braids, his very long sideburns are braided, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his ears are splayed out. His nose is narrow, and his aquamarine eyes are wrinkled. His neck bears a massive jagged scar, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. And he is satisfied remembering receiving water. He was injured once. Probably in a battle. Didn't kill anything, though. But thank you very much to everybody who's tuning in, because I promised I would stream today, but probably should have just taken the day off because I did get started. Ears are not braided? No, his hair is braided. Double braids, even. I probably should have just taken today off, but decided to stream anyway, because I, for lack of a better term, was just kind of put in a situation where it was like, well, I said I would stream, so here I am streaming. Some 1-800 number is calling me, and I'm going to assume it's a scam caller, and if it's important, I'm sure they'll call back. All right, I need 2 asheries. I'm just realizing those got destroyed. Hello, Darius. How's things? Just got a Forgotten Beast, huge lobster composed of steam. Huh. I want to say that creature is going to be really weak. Like, really, really, really weak. They immediately left a voicemail. Okay, well, let's see if I screwed up. Ah, yes, it's some Chinese lady recording saying that your insurance is up or whatever. I was correct. What's not worth picking up. Trying to watch me on TV and do chat on your phone? Hell yeah. If you see stuttering, it's not your television, it's me. For whatever that's worth. Yes, the extended warranty for a country I don't live in, for a car I don't have, is up. And I have to spend a lot of money. It's like the most common scammers are actually like going after Chinese seniors, which is kind of sad. Going after senior citizens is really, really, really low. But yeah, whenever I get phone calls from 1-800 numbers that my phone thinks are in Ontario, it's always that. Without fail, it's always that. Okay, so let's get back to this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15. Uh-oh. Now I'm concerned that I put it into the wrong one. I think that there's one that I missed, but that's okay. The one that I missed can go onto that one. Okay, so you're disengaged, meaning I can put power up here now. So this will emergency stop. Yeah, I don't know. You know, it's like there's a data plan with my provider right now where it's like it's $20 a month and it's just 50 gigs of data. If I didn't have to occasionally phone doctors, I would be very tempted to just get that plan that's just 50 gigs of data and just like never ever ever worry about like having a phone again, I guess. It's like, what's the reason to just like, you know, have a phone? Like, why would you need that, really? Play a Diablo Immortal. I mean, yeah, true. Then you guys wouldn't have phones. I'll be honest with you, the concept of playing Diablo Immortal never really crossed my mind. IRC channels, doctors to win. I just need a Discord server for all my doctors. That's all I really need. I was able to get my family onto a Discord server. Now I just need to get my my GP. We'll get it there. We're working towards the future slowly. Ever so slowly. Use Google Voice? That seems smart. I don't know. Good luck, the Dwarf is dehydrated. I'm going to assume that you're going insane and it'll be fine. Just got a family member as your GP? That would require smart family that is doctors. Not saying my family isn't smart, but I don't have any doctors in my family. Thinking it's this one. This is the one that I screwed up. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this hopefully should be all of them. And then what I can do here is I can see, where are you connected to? Right here. Pull that switch. And I'm going to make a little minecart route, and we're going to call it Switch is Lava Fun. Switch is Lava Fun. And it already done work. Well, that's good. And then I think Adam smashed the switch. Well, that's also good. Let's put another one on there, because I just crushed the minecart. Good timing, me. What everyone up to? Playing video games? Or trying to? Well, I'm now looking at this going, maybe I need to put this onto a straightaway instead of a corner. Thinking I do. That's fine. Kind of sucks that you can't do corners if that's actually the problem. I really love it when tropical storms have really like people names. It's like, oh, I can't wait to see what this thing is gonna do, even though it's kind of terrifying. I could move it there. Yeah, let's just move it there. Let's just get rid of this whole thing. Deconstruct you. Flip you. Move it there. We made a mushroom burger? A+ on mushroom burger. You know, it's funny, Aramina, similar to what you said, one of the best things I did a couple of years ago on Christmas was I got my entire extended family into a Discord server. So I can just go talk to my aunt on Discord. It's pretty great. I'm like, I literally told them, I'm like, it's like WhatsApp, but for young people. And now everybody's on Discord. It's kind of great. It's way better than people like trying to send me links to Facebook messages. And obviously it not working. You don't want to be off guard. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm used to earthquakes. That's the natural disaster I'm used to. I feel like we're all just used to the natural disasters of like where we grow up, because like there was a person who used to frequent this channel quite a bit. I haven't seen him in a while. But there was one day he tuned in. He was like, "So there's a tornado behind my house." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, there's a tornado behind my house." I was like, "I need to see pictures of this." So he posts this picture, and it's like middle suburbs, America, and maybe 200 meters away, there's a tornado. And we're all just sitting there going like, "Aren't you gonna like leave?" And he goes, "Nah, I mean, it's not coming towards me. It's just kind of hanging around over there." He's like, "We're keeping an eye on it." It's like everybody's in their backyards drinking beer, just like watching and just making sure that it doesn't like suddenly fly towards you. It's very funny to me. Lava Fun Wee. Okay, that's what we're gonna call it. Very creative name. Lava Fun Wee. Get some minecart put right there. Okay, so now if I... Game, I was about to test run that. Yeah, I mean, no, that's true. It's just like, make sure you know where it is, right? It's like, if there's a tornado, pay attention to it. Whereas here, just sometimes the ground shakes and you're like, well, I hope shit doesn't fall over. How does this lava fun work? Well, currently it doesn't. We're about to, I'm gonna run this test, and if if test number 1 works, then I'll explain. But ideally, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be a cascade flow of like little lava eruptions all the way along that walkway over there.
Insert my local currency is weak, so investing in bits.
You cannot resell bits, so... But thank you very much for investing $1.95 of your local currency in bits in my stream. Appreciate you, friend. Okay, so let's pull this lever. and follow this minecart. So what should happen is this should drop, and this thing should run around this track and push all the buttons. That's what should happen. Eventually. Although the game's hitching. There we go. Well, I mean, that part's working. So let's see if this part is working. Hey, it is. It also, like, completely gutted my frame rate. But it's working. So you see these bridges? Aside from this being absolutely horrific for FPS, it does appear to be working. Cool. I think I should turn this thing off. Because, wow, it's bad for frames. Oh, you know what? I think I know why. I should probably actually set the route. Because right now, the dwarves are probably trying to return it. That is crazy how much that affects your frames. But it works. So that's what matters. So now we just need a dwarf to come over here and push this button. Why is that causing such a frame rate dip? I guess we'll find out once the bridge goes back up. I wonder, like, is somebody... Well, let's see. Does it pick back up when... Or is the frame rate unrelated? We might just be getting attacked again. Yeah, okay, it recovered. Strain. All right, so we know that works. So what this is going to do, okay, is back here is a reservoir coming from the volcano. Up here are a set of pumps. These pumps are going to fill up these lower areas all the way along, and these upper areas right here with lava. They're just going to be pumping forever, for all eternity, right? When I get attacked, we're going to get enemies to walk along here. When they get to about, here, I flip that switch, so it's spin in circle, and then you're going to get little eruptions of lava on every single one of these sites. That's what it's going to do. And hopefully look awesome and be super destructive. And apparently it makes my frame rate go kaput. So that I wasn't fully expecting, but is largely fine at the same time. So that's what we're doing. Also, I need to connect all of these levers to this lever right here. This lever. so that I can turn all of them off with this one lever. Then I've got these 3 more to do. Speaking of merch, because Cooler just plopped that into chat, I need to launch some new merch soon. I think we should launch some new merch soon, chat. I think we're getting to that point again where we can reasonably launch some new merch. It's been a little bit, but we're getting there soon. We are, in fact, getting there soon. Hope it works. Yeah, me too. It'd be nice if it worked. Although it's always nice if things work. I am a little bit flabbergasted by how badly it hurts the frame rate, though. But what can you do, really? I think I'm just going to seal off this side. Just to stop dwarves from going up there, so I can lock full system. Maybe that's the issue. Any new merch ideas? I have new merch ready to launch. Also, Cooler just sent me a thing. Yeah, I'm aware of this, that Crypt Gun is my most used emote. Twitch tells me this every time I log in. There's this big banner on the channel dashboards that's just like, your most used emotes. And it's like, Crypt Gun. It's like, it's like my least favorite emote, but I feel very crypt blank about that. Without deconstructing it, not that I'm aware of. Ranger Rick. But no, I've got several designs for merch that are literally ready to go. Other days like today, it has you feeling unpleasantly exhausted and deflated for the rest of the day, which abruptly stretches before me looking over a cliff. So here goes. Yeah. What, Crypt Gun? I think Crypt Gun is my most used emote off stream. Like, not on my channel. Like, if I go to... Actually, according to this, over the last 30 days, Jams was the most used emote. It's been Gun up until recently. Okay, so on my channel, the most used emotes are Crypt Beer, Crypt Wave, Crypt Jams, Crypt Burr, Crypt L, Crypt R, and then Crypt Gun. Those are the most used within my channel. Outside of my channel is Crypt Jams, Crypt Gun, Crypt Wave, Derplin. Apparently Derplin is only used by 4 people, but those 4 people in the last 30 days have used Derplin 408 times. For reference, Jams, my most used emote, was used 497 times by 67 people. Gun was used by 72 people 482 times, and Wave was used by 52 people 442 times. Beer is the 3rd most used emote. 103 people used it 398 times in the last 30 days, outside of my channel. So whoever's using Derplin, you really like Derplin. And Kublak was found dead, dehydrated. This dwarf went nuts. They filled an artifact a while ago. We've got a crafts dwarf making an artifact over at a clother's shop. And they've already vamoosed. They've got 2 pieces of forgotten beak? Wow. Beast silk. And a caravan has arrived for trading. You might have something to do with that. Are you one of those 4 people? Just constantly using Derplin? The stats are fun like that, aren't they? All of the damaged clothing. You should buy more merch from Blind so he can launch more merch. There was a lot of people that were gifting merch, but like one of the people who was gifting a lot of merch deleted his account and just kind of vanished. One of them hasn't been around in a long time. One of them got a new job and can't watch. One of them is unemployed currently and thus can't spend money. So a lot of the people that were gifting a lot of merch just aren't around right now. And the dough rabbit is starving. But we're also in the dead of summer, so like money always is slow in this industry in the dead of summer. Like I expect things to pick up like mid-late October. You love that emote? It's pretty good in it. If I had slots to unlock more emotes, I would want like a carp emote that is like a parody version of that. I should make a video on carp, shouldn't I? When dwarves learned to fear carp or something. God damn it. The computer's just frozen. There we go. All the funny fixed bug lord could be good content. Yeah. To me, I feel like I would just be recycling content kind of lazy-like, but they have come empowered to elevate this land in the eyes of the realm. And they want to know what we want, and I'll just ask for iron. They want headwear and prepared meals. And I'm going to go over here, and we're going to grab a display thingy. We're going to put that mug in for our count. Also, we have a new mayor now. That's interesting. Godin the First Anvil. So Pandasaurus Rex was the mayor previously, but it seems like the dwarves have finally decided to elect somebody else as mayor. So we need doors and hatch covers. Clear glass portal and clear glass hatch. And now we're stuck in an ad. So I'm going to give the first anvil these quarters, and we're going to make new quarters for our Baron. I need to figure out where to put them, though. Maybe on either side of the library. Could construct something over here. And Nihil, thank you very much for the 9th month. Tickers is not with us currently. Just give me a little bit before we name some more. And if you asked that before, I didn't see it before, I didn't answer it before, so. I mean, yes, cooler. Strange how you noticed that. I would, of course, ask for things, as I tend to, when I do things. Never mind. That other mayor just got unelected. So, I can give you your bedroom back. Give Godin the first anvil a new bedroom, and like less than a month later, the new mayor got voted out again. Cool. I'm not gonna call hostile takeover. But we just got a little notice. No, I mean, I probably just didn't notice the first time because they do elections. I think it's annually. I just didn't notice it. That's on me, not on the game. Buy the musical instruments. Buy the zesses. We're going to buy these anvils. Although not as many of them. And then we're going to trade. And also, thank you very much for the follows, chat. Appreciate you. That Stincoder, or whatever, Stincoder, I was going to go there. You didn't see Panda asking for a recount? Panda's saying that the votes were forged. I really wish that Dwarven democracy was a little bit more exposed in Dwarf Fortress as to like how it works. That's one of those mechanics that's like super underexplained. That's generally what we do here. No TT Luke. Dwarf Fortress, and that's usually pretty much it. Whole lot of Dwarf Fort. And then you got forbidden. A particular reason? So you should be able to reach everything. All you knew is that you had to wait and the dwarves would realize their mistake. Clearly. There we go. Obak here is now Tickers. She's carrying a Gabbro mechanism and dislikes abstract discussions and would rather focus on practical examples. Dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep her own counsel, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She does not go out of her way to help others or trust others, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and since she's moved by art, she's troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she acts with compassion and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, and is quite ambitious. I'm going to open this door so you can travel quicker and get this done faster. Yeah, somehow against the odds, Kin. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. She likes hematite and iron and, well, you're sad. Pick garnet and warhammers, alpacas for their jutting teeth, and walrus for their whiskers, and the words of the suitor of focus in the sight of the tenerbous wonder, and when possible prefers to consume penguin split beer and one-humped camel's milk and feather tree eggs. She is very fat, and her hair is straight, and her very long hair is arranged in double braids. Her heliotrope eyes are deeply sunken, and her ears are splayed out. She has an angular chin, and her nose is narrow. Her head is somewhat broad, and her hair is pale chestnut, and her skin is copper. And you're afraid after experiencing trauma. No serious injuries. No partners. A couple friends. No family. Strange dwarf indeed. But yeah, as always, chat, if you guys want to help the stream out, the best way that you can do that right now is just simply sharing it on social media. If you happen to have a social media account on one of the various websites, posting that link around is very helpful. As well as, just going to my social media and rebooting or retweeting or whatever the fuck people do on Mastodon. Telling people to tune in, posting it on Discords, all that jazz. Even though, like, CPU, even though I think my hard drive is failing. This computer may have gremlins, but the show must go on. Making masterpiece cotton cloth, as well as a masterpiece glass portals. Glath with a TH. Glass portals. And hatch covers. I need grates. Can I make glass grates? I can! 17. Well, actually, no. Let's just make 15. 15 clear glass grates. I don't think those are going to melt. Hopefully they don't. Be unfortunate if they did. Even the ones you don't remember making. It's okay. You didn't know that you were being elected in the first place. You do dream of ruling the world, though, so that's your one focus. And if winning elections helps you rule the world, so be it. I do need to actually make you better quarters, though. There you go. Now you're going the faster route. So ideally, this is just going to end with every single one of these being up, which is what I need. I need them all to be up. More monster hunters. There's so many monster hunters. Oh, the fancy cup is absolutely a very important part of you ruling the world. 100%. You could never rule the world without your fancy cup. Stink odor is most certainly the path to enlightenment for this fortress. Which is a hell of a name. It's a very fancy cup. Ugh. It's a pity it's not just made out of lead. Or like something to that degree. When do I consider a game finished? When the developer says it's finished? Or when they complete whatever they promised to complete. And if they retroactively remove it, then so be it. I might not like a game if they do that. Why do you ask? Are you asking if this game is finished? Because it certainly isn't. Demonic horror or something. It's demon something. Because there's like an image of it on itself. On the item is an image. On the item is an image of Strife Dawn. No, Strife Dawn, not Strife Demon. Strife Dawn is the name of it. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger once again. I feel like Strife Dawn should be the name of a fort in like a haunted biome where it's just raining mucus or vomit, stink odor. That would check out. How can you not rule the world? Yeah, you just need a crown. And like a name tag saying, girl boss. Or something. Something to that effect. Yeah, Dawn Strife. That's one thing I do miss about the old UI is it used to like have the name of a thing and then the translated name in brackets right beneath the thing, which made it way easier to keep track of what the thing was called in its translated name. Yeah, you just kind of exist. Just like real life. After a polite discussion with the local authorities, though, Stone. Don't forget that very important detail. You have to have a polite discussion first. I think it might actually be faster to just do it this way. Also, I just realized why this faster way is not working, because I did lock it off, so might as well just shut this and seal this off. There's plenty of bandit gangs and organized religion in Dwarf Fortress that consist of one named person and maybe a few unnamed background populations. Yeah, no, those are always really fun to find when it's just like, ringleader! And then you look up their gang and it's like, they're a gang and it consists of like them and like another guy. It's like just some weird dude wanted to start like a criminal bandit gang and was just like, hey, my one friend, let's start a gang. And then one friend is like, yeah, okay, sure, let's start a gang. What will we do? And then friend is like, steal things. And then they just like do nothing. It's like, there really is just like a lot of really wannabe weird little gangs in Dwarf Fort. Yeah, it's Strife Dawn. Oh, geez. A thing was stolen. I need to memorialize person. Sounds like you're schooled. What, just wannabe gangs? Yeah. Yeah, kinda. It's just high school. Dwarf Fortress is just a very accurate simulation of high school. Well, I mean, it's just like Ostrom. The last Fortress that I did before version 5, the Steam version, came out, ended with hell taking over, right? And there was a handful of children in the fort and a couple, like, individual peasants and stuff who survived the fight, who I expelled. And we went and looked at legends. We let some time pass in the overworld, and we went and looked at legends afterwards to be like, okay, well, what happened to these people after the fight was over? After the final, like, bit of violence was over. Like, did they make it? Well, these kids recruited a couple of dogs, and they went and started a gang to something to do with committing mischief in the local surrounding lands. And they basically just like took a bunch of puppies and a handful of friends. It was like a bunch of 12-year-olds, and they went and started a gang in the mountains. They became a bandit gang. And it's like, man, I like this whole fortress. That whole fortress was just like the origin story of a tiny little gang run by children. Like it's kind of awesome. I don't know. I was so happy with how that fort ended. The fort was Stonewater. All the VODs are on the YouTube channel if you want to go look it up. But Erdem. Clother has appeared. Most of the cause of negative mood in this fort is just the fact that we are kind of haunted with ghosts. Because so many dwarves got torched when the lava flows were oopsied all over the place. Yeah, it's just a bunch of dudes in the forest. Yep. In a world without a fort, make a fort and then immediately retire it. It moves time up by a month. The easier way to do that in older versions was just start an adventurer somewhere random in the middle of nowhere and then just retire them, which basically just kills them. So just like a dude appears out of thin air in the middle of the wilds, immediately has a heart attack and dies, and time moves forward by like a month. It basically turns world gen back on for a month. Yeah, or just retire and unretire a fortress that you've played in the past. Let's move all of these grazing animals that I don't care about out here so I stop getting notices about them. I really wish that there was a way to just turn World Gen back on for a year or two. Like that would be really cool. It's something I would love to see one day. I know Tarn says he wants time travel, but yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon. I'm a bit too much of a realist for that. As cool as it would be to have time travel, I don't see it happening. Need these trees out of the way. Something's collapsed. Erdem has risen. Let's see if I can get rid of Erdem. There you are. Yeah, Tarn wants us to be able to turn world generation back. But that's just the... Okay, so don't actually expect that to come to the game. That's the Tarn's response always when people ask him. It's like, what is a feature that you would love to have, but you'll probably never be able to implement? Time travel. Like, he's basically stated, he's like, yeah, it's never going to happen, but I would love to do it. I just want to be able to turn World Gen back on. I'm all right. I actually slept well last night for the first time in weeks. But I also slept in, which means I slept through my alarm, which means I was an hour and a half late turning the stream on today. But, you know, nobody's perfect. How are you doing, Dragon? Good to see you, man. Stuff falling. Woodcutter's been found dead. Another one? Oh, and you're in a puddle. Well, that's bad. Great. Well, I'm gonna dig a little hole. I can get your body out of here. Played hot potato with your rooms. When you say hot potato, do you mean like sit in a circle with people and play a game of hot potato? Or do you mean like you played a hot potato save of a video game? But, yeah, I'm okay. And I also don't know what an Uban festival is. Oh, okay. I understand what you mean now. I was like very confused as to what you meant with that sentence. Did I say anything about mood icons on Dwarf's Poros? Did I say? I don't think you said anything. That are you asking if Tarn said anything about that? I've never heard him say anything about that. No. Huh. Sounds fun. Stickers. That sounds very unpleasant. I would not like to speak with my undead family members. I hope I never have to do that. That seems awful. Last thing I want to do is talk to certain people again. But, you know, whatever works for you culturally, I suppose. Why do you keep tormenting yourself by constantly embarking in savage biomes? You lost your fort to rampaging giant hippos before you could even get started. You know how I don't settle in savage biomes very often? Well, that's why. Like, they're not hard necessarily. They're just sometimes like, so sometimes you just die. And it's like, come on, I just spent an hour building this fort or starting up this fort and everybody died immediately. What do I do? Kind of deal. Let's let this water flow out. And this will allow us to get this body out of here. So we don't have this, you know, corpse sitting here decaying for all eternity. Makes it worth it when you finally get your giant cheetah breeding program running. Oh no, totally. Like I get that. I mean, I think what I want to do actually as a fort in the near-ish future is I want to do a giant river. Just need to think of like what to do with it, because giant, like the huge rivers are always savage biomes. I think that would be fun to do at some point. All right, let's go up to here and see where we're at. This side of things is building out. I should be able to go to floor grate. I just need to not use the glass one, the green glass one, because that one has wood in it. So it's an artifact and it's green glass, but it has wood in it, meaning it will just burst into flames and then just burn for all eternity, which I don't really want. Or alternatively, just like vanish. I don't actually know. I'm assuming it wouldn't, but it might. There we go. Not sure why that one was forbidden. But I need the final one of these to get hooked up, and then we need to pull this lever. Okay, so I don't know which one of these is failing to connect. So I'm just going to pull the lever and we'll find out which one it is. Oh, I'm kind of the same way. Like, Right? Why are you not closed? These should all be closed. Ah, there we go. But why are you not closed? Oh, because you're not hooked up. Huh, okay. Not sure why that didn't get hooked up, but I thought I had those hooked up already. Just make a little temporary wooden bridge there. Human Spearman is visiting. Yeah, I try, like, I will only make magma safe, mechanisms, as an example. I won't make... Okay, these two need to be connected. I won't make, grates out of anything that aren't magma safe. I won't make floodgates out of anything that aren't magma safe. To me, it's a bad idea to go that route. So this one needs to be deconstructed. This one, not this one in the middle. This one. These two need to be deconstructed because these two need to be connected to that lever. And these three need to be connected to that lever. Oh, this lever down here. You get connected to that. You get connected to that. I need these removed first. But yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, chat. I really can't wait for summer to be over. It's the worst time of year for this industry. It's too hot. It's unpleasantly hot, at least here. I want cold and rain back. So, chat, I have a question. Do you have an obsession with using only specific types of materials in Dwarf Fortress? I need to build down. Can deconstruct these afterwards. Just want some breaks in this heat wave. I don't see us getting it, though. Obsessions cripple all progress. I get fixated on building a single mega project usually, and then don't complete the rest of the fort because I'm so fixated on building that one mega project. Happens in almost every fort. You always use obsidian? Interesting. I hate using obsidian. Especially in this version of the game. It looks like assets are missing to me. You use whatever the ground provides, so this fort's been mostly chalk. Gotcha. You always end up with brown forts. Yeah. I like the kind of brown beige look, though. Which is a color that's pretty new to this version. We're also stuck in an ad, so I'm going to pause. What, that you just use what the ground provides, Ranger Rick? You end up making a gaudy green glass fort. I mean, this fort, like, I'm using large portions of clear glass, and it's taking forever. Like, forever, ever. Also, I guess I should ask this once the ad's over, but trying to figure out if... Do you guys appreciate me pausing during ads? Or would you guys prefer I didn't do this? Although this is more for a question for people who do get ads. Because I feel like I should pause and do nothing during ads and just babble. But maybe just getting more progress in would be better. I don't know. I guess it depends on what's happening. The same stone and material for each Z level. Oh, that's interesting. I just like things to be color coordinated. So as long as the rooms are color coordinated, I don't really care. I don't mind going from place to place and like having different materials for different rooms, as long as that room is like some sort of logic behind it. And only pause if something fun is happening. Yeah, fair. And then this happens half the time. It's like, on pause, immediately the game saves. Good timing, me. Well done. Chat, I have a question. How often do you get crashes in Dwarf Fortress while playing? Because I think I get one maybe like every 20 hours or so, maybe every 30 hours. Like, not super frequently, right? At least I don't consider that frequent. Versus when I play something like Xenonauts, where it's like I get like 5 crashes a stream. Because like I see some reviews sometimes for Dwarf Fortress. Like there's one that just popped up. This person's got 4 hours. And it literally just says, and it's a positive review. It says the brief time between crashes is fun. It's like, what are you doing? I think like it feels like a game crashes a lot more when it's a game that you put a lot of hours in. And it is pretty easy to lose a lot of progress, especially if you have like saves turned off. So I could see like, it makes sense why people would complain about crashes in a game like this. But like, I really don't feel like the game crashes frequently enough to talk about crashes like they are so constant it's like an epidemic or something. Like, I guess I don't fully get that. That kind of just makes no sense to me. Only crashed once, even though you're running it through a Linux compatibility layer. It runs pretty damn well through Proton, but... Although, have you tried running Linux natively yet? The beta branch for the Linux native port is up. Yeah, I honestly, like, the save times for Dwarf Fortress can get kind of long, but it's worth turning on seasonal saving. Because, like, then the most you'll lose is, like, 20 minutes. Oh, really? I didn't even know about that one, because I never assigned 2 offices to a single dwarf. Ermalok, thank you very much for the 7th month check, and I got a couple beers for that resub. Appreciate you, friend. Means a lot. Today's very slow because I started late, and so when I start late on a day that I don't normally stream, it's like basically giving up before I even start. I say this and the game is like hitching real bad currently. This is what I get for playing on a 7x7 map, though. With also a absurd amount of, like, lava and stuff going on, so... Dude, one fort that crashed, but I started it with multi-threading on, so I feel like that was the problem. Kept crashing after deactivating multi-threading. You should send that save to Putnam. You are not the only thing that makes, like, I'm about 60 viewers below where I normally would be at 1:30 on a Saturday. So, no, it's slow because I started late. It's got nothing to do with your personal and low energy mood. To all the different hardware people have? Yeah, true. Like, I don't know what it's like running this, you know, game on a laptop from 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. And I was being serious and ignoring your facetiousness. Okay, so we need one more of these to go off. And I need them to pull these levers twice. Also need you to connect to this, this, and this. And then pull the levers twice. I mean, we're almost finished this portion of this project, so yeah, no, we are building. The fortress is in fact growing. Is that a volcano? Yes. This is, in fact, a volcano fort. You know, actually, this would speed up a lot if I just did this. What magma project am I making? A very maniacal death trap.
Hey, blind laughing face.
What's up, Yed? How's things, dude? How you been? What you been up to? Also, chat, investments are open if you guys want to invest your tickets. And, chat, can I get a couple beers for Yed? Keeping that sub alive for a 9th month. That's a baby. Not that I care. No rabbit is starving. Well, that's a shame. It's like a doe rabbit is starving. Oh no! Anyways. Whatever shall we do? It's a travesty. I feel so bad, sort of. Did the weasel survive? Which one? I had 2. I'm not actually sure. No, both of the weasels are dead. I think they died of old age, because one of them just, like, keeled over, and now the other one's gone. So I'm assuming either I accidentally butchered it, or they both died. I do, however, have monkeys. Several different flavors of monkeys, even. Also, I haven't been sieged by elves yet today. Which means there's probably an attack coming soon. And also, if the screen is freezing, no, it's not you, it's me. I'm pretty sure my hard drive needs to be replaced. That's what happens when you Franken PC instead of just buy a new PC, is like, well, when issues start up, suddenly they all come back. It's like, well, fix one issue, and it fixes a bunch of problems, and then everything gets better for a bit. And then 3 months later, you need to fix another issue because something else broke. I need to replace the main drive on this computer. I think. Need someone go on a murderous rampage after their giant weasel died of old age. Oh no! Yeah, they can go insane if their pets die. It's kind of a shame. If you ask me. But yeah, we'll be able to test run this in a couple of minutes here, I think. Which is going to be pretty cool. Looking forward to being able to test this. My Farmer's Guild Hall wants to become a Grand Guild Hall. Which is this. Which is almost high enough value to already be a Grand Guild Hall. To level up the value slightly more. I'm just going to throw a bunch of gem windows in here. Because that should do her. Shoutouts to the statues of bears everywhere in here. See what that does. Yeah, I once had a dog go insane because their owner died. It was very sad. The dog attacked a bunch of dwarves and did a bunch of damage, and it was a violent interchange. Sad times. That's your kind of fun. Only if the statues are, you know, in places where they can be knocked over and easily cursed. I once figured out that you can curse enemies if they topple statues in temples. Which is kind of fun. So if you make your defenses into a temple and they topple them, if they happen to worship that god, then it curses them. Getting these two done. Okay, one of them's done. Now it's just the last one. Oh, sup, Proudnime? But damn, if this isn't a beautiful fort. Well, cheers, dude. Thanks for swinging by today, though. Imagine a temple with statues, but the stuff still caves in. A statue doesn't support a pillar, does it? What could go wrong? If somebody tantrums and punches the statue, then they go insane. Could go wrong. So I need this to finish getting hooked up to this drawbridge. Then they're going to pull the lever twice. Then we deconstruct this, and then we can test it. Thing. Unless I still... Okay, I still need to build walls along here, but that's it. Uh-oh. Stodier, you had one job. What? Oh, I see. You went down. Actually, you know what? I still need to release you because otherwise you're going to get stuck elsewhere. Oh, on top of the like a layer. I was like thinking like you can't put them beneath, can you? I was getting some really weird ideas in my head for a second there. What it does before the experiment begins? It pumps lava into these chambers down here, which is then going to build up pressure. And then when I pull a lever, all of these grates are just going to erupt into little geysers of lava. And this is going to dump hot lava, i.e. hot oil in a castle down onto this walkway. Basically, it's a super over-engineered lava dumping system, except the lava is going to come up from the floor instead of down from the ceiling. And then I also have this, which apparently just obliterates the frame rate. Like, it made me go from, like, 50 FPS down to, like, 10. Which, what that does is it sets them all off in sequence. So instead of them all going off at once, you just get one at a time bubbling up, and it looks super cool. Oh, no, I just didn't connect them. I thought I clicked them all, but apparently I missed those two. Thank you. I would have noticed that once I turned the thing on, but... Although I need to not do this, and we need to deconstruct this. Now they should all be... Oops, no, I need to pull it 2 more times. I need them to all be up, and right now half of them are up and half of them are down. Okay, pull it again. We have another artifact starting. These should all go up. Those should all be up. They are all up. Okay, so now this gets deconstructed. We're building the last few wall pieces. We need these two to get connected. Please don't cancel. There you go. Just need those connected. Then we can turn the thing on and begin a test run. You weren't sure if they had another purpose? No. That's about to go away. Just waiting for that bridge to be gone. Bridge be gone! But no, you guys will get a visual demonstration in a moment, so might as well just, like, finish her. Or, as they say in Mortal Kombat, finish him! I was watching somebody play Mortal Kombat while I was prepping today, so. New Mortal Kombat still looks like Mortal Kombat. I don't know why I'm surprised by that. Back in a bit. Have a good shower. Or bath, or bathing session. Or sponge bath, or, I don't know. Enjoy your deodorant. I don't know what you're doing, but best of luck with it. Did you cancel? You son of a bitch. Sports games? Wait, are you calling Mortal Kombat a sports game? I mean, I guess if violence is a sport. Oh, I see. Kind of like sports games. Not I kind of like sports games. I know what you mean now. Yeah, very formulaic. But I don't play fighting games. I'm just horrible at them, but I like watching them, not playing them. I need to read the word story according to Raw Meat, so while dwarves are finishing this, need to open up Discord. I have Discord fully closed currently. Also need to follow that artifact. Discord, why are you opening so slow? Oh, Discord had an update? What? Okay, Course leads to giant slippery falls when old bananas are peeled menacingly and forcibly. Contradictory statements compel constellations to shine brightly whenever they shimmer, due to sheer forces tearing at tapestries of punctuation. Machiavellian chinchillas plan for total domination. All caught up. And once this is installed, we can do a test run. Who's excited for a test run, chat? Nothing can beat Tekken 3. I've never played Tekken 3. I played Tekken 2. I don't think I played Tekken 3. See what you need here, Dwarf. Stacked cloth. Daysite, milk. Okay, you need cloth, rough gems, skeletons maybe? Shining bars, metal. Okay. Rough gems. Okay. Skeletons. Yeah. Okay. So I'm a butcher. I'm a butcher a grizzly. Came out about 2 years and had no idea about any of the backstory and history of Mortal Kombat. Really? My favorite, like, factoid about... My favorite factoid about Mortal Kombat is that the term noob comes from Ed Boon's last name spelled backwards. Ed Boon being the guy that, like, has directed those games as long as they've existed. Because for a while there, he owned noob.com, and I think he still does. And, okay, she's gone off to go get bones. I think he still does, but it used to just include the names of people that he'd beaten. So if you got beaten by Ed Boon, you were a noob. which is kind of hysterical to me. Dwarves, for the love of all things dwarfy, do you have to build the walls in that order? Fine. If you insist, I will rebuild the lower portion of this wall then. Sorry, chat. We're going to have to delay the test run of this due to Einod's dumbness. Although he does feel pleasure near a fine screw pump. So he's happy. He's quite happy here. Although now he's uneasy after being able to pray to everybody for too long. Kazanabo needs to be memorialized, apparently. God damn it, Einod. And since you were so enthusiastic, Goat Swarm. Goat Swarm. Froze my game. Goat Swarm lacks confidence in his abilities and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He's very slow to anger and finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and tends to present himself modestly. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and when greeting others, always smiles nervously. He lowers his eyes when he's trying to remember something, and he often starts chewing on his lips. He personally finds so-called dignified people disgusting and values cunning and does not care about family. And does not... made his way up. Values cunning, does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally likes brass, emerald, and gray parrot leather, figurines, buckets, and the words of the suitor of focus, and when possible prefers to consume giant orca. There are orcas in Dwarf Fortress? Rye beer and whipvine, and absolutely hates rats. I didn't know that. He has a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids. His very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids. His hair is clean shaven, and his nose is short, and his emerald eyes are protruding, and his ears have small lobes, and his hair is pale brown. The shearer, Rithan van Nukud, the shearer Lykot has created Rithan van Nukud Thibum Thubum Rotic, a Daysite mug, and offers it to the Dungeons and Dragons. And it's already gone. Let's see if I can memorialize Kaz yet. There you go. So it's already been swiped. Mug. This thing. Yep, it's already in a stockpile. This is a Daysite mug. All craftworship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular Daysite cabochons and menaces with oval-cut Clara opals and decorated with grizzly bear bone and encircled with bands of rectangular Daysite cabochons and iron. This object menaces with spikes of milk quartz, goshenite, and llama wool. On the item is an image of Cybrick, Rasproofs, the dwarf and dwarves in Daysite. Cybrick Rasproofs is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cybrick Rasproofs to the position of king of the rack of princesses in year 1. On the item is an image of a sperm whale man in cotton. Also, welcome to the Fort Goat Swarm. We'll just let the dwarves use that one. All right, so let's chat. Do you think somebody is going to get themselves stuck in here anyway, even though I'm redoing this? I kind of hope they do, because it would be funny. Kaz has finally been put to rest. No more stealing mugs for you. Same dwarf. Goats get stuck again? Oh boy. I was going to say, the dwarves should be coming out any moment now. Here they all come. What's up, Wa KG? How's things? I wanted to read your name as Wa King. Or Wa Kilogram. Oh, really? Yeah. Well, I've never... I feel like I just don't settle on oceans enough to see a lot of the weird ocean creatures, but at the same time, I very much do. I've made so many ocean forts. I don't know. My whole computer's frozen. Although now it's just the game. We're about to get hit by ads, but I'm just going to let them finish this construction. We'll do a test run of this once the ads are done. Assuming nobody gets stuck in there again. Yes, the green glass grate is the one that you made, because we've only had one in this fort. They just never show up. Yeah, true. I mean, you get all of, like, the common sea creatures, like sardines and salmon and, like, jellyfish and... They're just more likely to stay in deep ocean. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. Although after the video I posted today, it really begs the question. Chat, do any of you guys have any of you guys seen a Sasquatch? Because they can spawn in any forest. Just any forest. Doesn't really matter. I think it, like, maybe just Untamed Wilds, but, like, I've never seen a Sasquatch in Dwarf Fort. I've definitely had ocean forts that don't have sand, but yeah, they usually are there. Yeah, it's a not lava safe, normally lava safe grate. Just waiting on this last one. We have a lot of drinks. It's nice to see so many drinks. Apparently we need potash. Just gonna reset all of this to 1,000. To a giant Wolverine corpse. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. In all temperate forests and taigas, yes. Basically everywhere. So I've got one wall that needs to be done. Apparently Libash is working on. Who's hungry, stressed, and thirsty, who can't walk. Well, that explains why you're moving so slowly. I think this dwarf should be removed from doing any tasks, especially hauling-related tasks. Maybe just give them orderlies or something. Hopefully that didn't just set that to only selected do this. No, it didn't. It almost feels like they're holding a boulder. They're moving so slow. All right, so, Libash, if you don't get stuck, our life will be real good. If you do get stuck, I'll be sad. Please don't get stuck. Libash. Please don't get stuck. For a second there, I thought you were going to get stuck. They didn't get stuck, chat. Okay, so now that all that's done, I can run all the way along here. All sealed. It's all sealed. Who's ready for a test run? All right. So now all of these little areas all the way along here are full of lava. So what I can do is I can flip the switch connected to this right here. And this is going to completely annihilate the frame rate. Completely. But let's see what happens. Been pulled. The system is running. And there we go. So what happens now is we get these little gushes of lava coming out of these. So it works. And then I could pull this lever and stop this setup. And I can force them all shut with this. Which the frame rate just disappears. But they're all shut now, or half of them are. They're supposed to be closed. That's not true. Now I need to, like, set up the setup to... What's the word? I think 3 is the number of times I need to pull it. Now I need to make it so that there's only one way into the fort. That's through this. But it does work. And then the lava should run down into those trenches and then off the map. And then down into my moat, essentially. Okay, so 2 of these are still open. Is it still spinning? Motherfucker, it's still spinning! I can pull the lever, Dwarf. Please. Unless I've accidentally pulled it multiple times. I need this shut. This needs to stop spinning. Like now. I am very impressed by how much this minecart impacts frame rate, though. Like, it kind of makes no sense to me, actually. Also, I have a pond being filled. I maybe need to fix that. Raging Cave pulls the lever. It should close that. There you go. Yeah, the frame rate is all that minecart. Yeah. Because even when it wasn't connected and we test ran it, see, did all of these close? The frame rate goes down to nothing. It's all the minecart. So I might not actually use the minecart. A really uneducated guess, maybe multiple corners on the track caused the small issue. It might be that, yeah. But then I'd have to rehook all of these, which I'm not certain I'm willing to do. Like, I'd have to reconnect everything along here. I also need this to be more efficient, this filling area, because right now there isn't enough flow into here. No, it's not. I mean, spinning the minecart is what wrecked the frame rate initially. But anyway, it's all off now. So it works. I could just, set this up by just pulling the lever and turning the whole thing on that way. We don't actually have to use the minecart. The minecart's just kind of cool. But I don't have to use the minecart. I could also try and... Oh my, what's up? But no, the liquids actually don't do much to my frame rate, I find. At least in my experiences. The Slothman sprite? Hold on. I like the Slothman. Slothman look cool. I want to inform you that I am pro Slothman. Slothman can be my friend any day. Stream hitching appears to be fixed. Nope. It probably just hasn't happened in a minute. But it'd be nice if it was fixed. Like, it literally just happened again. So, no, it is not fixed. But, Cyralac, hello! I need to fill this, cut all these out, and fill this in. Yeah, I think I might just turn it on with a lever pull. The minecart thing is cool, like really cool, but it's a bit impractical, realistically. Well, I mean, speech being in sync. If the speech gets out of sync, just hit play pause on your end, and that'll fix it. Yeah, it just kind of sucks because I really can't afford any computer parts. Last month kind of crippled me right now, so shit's expensive, and I've got 2 conventions to go to in the next 2 months. We're going to TwitchCon and PAX, and there's a bunch of costs there, so it's really bad timing for computer parts. Like, really bad timing. But there ain't much I can do, unfortunately. No, actually, let's just go over here. We'll go from either end. Let's do it this way. Because when you're watching a stream on Twitch, GFin, you're actually watching 2. The audio is one stream, and the video is another. So if there's hitching or instability from either the site or the broadcaster, then it's pretty expected that the audio will get out of sync. I don't know how they're getting up that side. Demon rats? I mean, aren't they just the same as any other demon? Or am I misunderstanding? Without the pressure plates? No. Just with the pressure plates. What? Oh, they didn't dig the bottom half of this. I love it when the game cancels stuff for my own safety. I'm assuming it's the minecart. Well, I mean, okay, so I tested it before it was connected to the bridges, if that's what you're asking. And it wrecked the frame rate. But it already had the pressure plates on there. The bridges weren't connected yet, though. Similar to Pudge, I guess. It's always strange to me how many creatures in Dwarf Fortress have non-blood blood equivalents. It's a weird thing to say out loud. Non-blood blood equivalents. Or equivalent to blood substances that aren't blood. Like, you know, the fact that insects have ichor. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure, because flipping a switch doesn't really impact frame rate, right? And if it's not connected to anything, that shouldn't be impacting frame rate, so. I'm assuming that's what caused it. But, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. But I feel like it's a pretty safe bet that it's just the minecart. So yeah, I don't know. But then again, I don't generally make minecart tracks all that often, so who knows? Who knows? But I also don't really want to rehook it up to all the things, because then I'd have to drain the lava out, so maybe we'll just use the lever. Otherwise, I'm going to have to drain lava out of every single one of those geyser locations. That, or we'll just deal with the lag and have dramatic slowdown whenever there's a siege. Sorry for the crappy quality on the stream today, guys. I didn't know the computer was going to do this. Dear Domino's Pizza, I've asked you to stop sending me emails like a dozen times. Why in the world are you still sending me emails? I don't like your pizza. I order it sometimes when I'm uber depressed. I've unsubscribed from your email list a dozen times or more. Yet I still get like a dozen emails a day from you. Domino's, delete me from your fucking email list. Because fuck you, that's why. It really seems that way, yeah. But like at the same time, I don't really care enough to like report them. Or anything too serious. Thin crust bangs, though? I mean, it's a bad thin crust, but sure. I mean, it's edible. If you're looking for something that is edible, it is in fact edible. But that's about it. It's like severe depression food for me, so if I'm like in a really, really, really bad mental state, I will buy Domino's, and that's about it. It's like, I need to eat something. And the last time I ordered, I had to return my pizza because it was so badly burnt. The wet season has arrived. Spring has arrived on the calendar. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I need to mine it out first. But this fills faster. Is Asian buffet for you? Fair enough. I think we all have our severe depression foods. Granite, you're not lava safe. You should be melting. No, comfort food is happy food. Depression food is not comfort food. Depression food is food that is so bad for you it's the equivalent of self-harm, but better than actually self-harming. At least that's how I look at depression food. Comfort food is very different. Comfort food is for a nice cozy day, you know? Like soup, or like grilled cheese and sandwich or something. Let's do this. So this will now fill significantly quicker. I'm making you hungry? Okay. I'm sorry. My bad. Wasn't my intention. I'm surprisingly not hungry. I normally get hungry around now, but I did, I guess, wake up late. I did sleep in today. Yeah, I just kind of don't go to buffets because I don't know. I worked in kitchens for too long to be able to process buffets without just feeling ill when I look at them. Like, oh god, none of these places are properly cleaned. Wings are comfort food? I couldn't tell you the last time I had wings. Yeah, I might just not use the minecart setup for this, just flip the lever. What are you connected to? You're connected to the Gabbro Bridge. These bridges, okay. Well, I can get this thing filling again. Donair is my drinking food. It's like hangover cleanup food. All right. So my computer being incapable of streaming aside, we are going to politely ask why this tree hasn't been chopped down yet. Chop down this one, and these three. And we're going to begin building our entry walkway for this thing. Because we need to make this into the front door. Oh, no, like that's the truth. I mean, there's a reason there was a website that went around in the early days of COVID that amused the hell out of me called itscanceled.com. And it was literally just all of the things that were getting shut down due to COVID restrictions. Just like a list, basically. And the one that made me laugh harder than any of them was Vegas buffets. It's just like... This, like, Vegas buffets are now canceled. It's just very funny to me. Because it was Las Vegas buffets specifically. Admittedly, also one of the first things to come back, but this is very amusing. A lot of Schadenfreude in those early days. Categories are depression, comfort, drunk and starving, and lazy and party food. I don't really have party food. But, yeah. I wouldn't consider food that makes me feel sick and in pain afterwards comfort food, though. But that's also relatively unique to me. That's because Vegas buffets are a thing unto themselves. No, I know, but like it was just funny seeing them called out specifically. It was amusing, okay? Like that's all. Oh, I understand why trees aren't getting chopped down. Nobody is dumb enough to take the job anymore. Well, let's find some peasants to give axes to and tell them to go fell some trees. They all died. It's like ran out of dwarves to chop down trees because they all died to trees falling on them. Higher attrition than our soldiers, I swear. I think it depends on the person. Tight. So we need a new potato? Possibly. New potatoes are delicious. Going to go pick up equipment, are we, Logan? You know, I've never been in a golden corral, but when I start seeing golden corrals, I know that I've entered the US. It's like there's two things that you see almost immediately that are very different between Canada and the States. Golden Corral, fucking everywhere, and American flags. It's like you know that you've left Canada and you've gone into the States when everything is in miles per hour for some reason. There is an American flag every 6 blocks. Like, there's very few Canadian flags around. Like, more recently with some of the protests that we had, Canadian flags became more prevalent. But realistically, you don't see Canadian flags all that often if you live in Canada. Like, you'll see them, but they're not, like, a constant. Like, they're not everywhere. But if you cross the border from Canada into the US, immediately there's just American flags. Waffle House? I mean, we have Waffle House here too, so. But sure. Golden Corral? It's an American staple. It's a buffet place. It's just poorly made food served 24/7 and in an all-you-can-eat fashion as much as you want. Sushi is discomfort food? Yeah. I never eat too much sushi at once because I know exactly how much sushi I can eat and I don't go to all-you-can-eat sushi places because that's bad idea, in my opinion. I need clear glass tables. As somebody who used to work in kitchens, you don't want you do not want to go to a restaurant that's open 24/7 because they will be significantly less clean than anywhere that isn't. If it's not open 24/7, it will be significantly more sanitary. You are significantly less likely to get sick. You will get better quality food. Everything is better about restaurants that are not open 24/7. It's like, it's convenient, but that's about the only benefit you're actually getting. Our jaguars are having more babies. It's actively to the point where I wish that there was no 24/7 restaurants. But I say that as somebody who used to work in restaurants, not as somebody who goes to 24/7 restaurants. It's not hard, it's impossible. There's some things you just can't clean properly, period. That are notorious for being shitty? Yep. Chains specifically? Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the easiest way to save money. another dwarf dies to a tree. One way to keep the population cold. Let's go across here. You can just avoid chains as much as possible. Mm-hmm. No, that seems wise. Like a wise call. Of the heart failure apocalypse? That's a good way to put it. 4 horsemen of the heart failure apocalypse. Alright, we're gonna go all the way across this side. And it's a McDonald's. I was one time passing at 4 a.m. and it was full. Probably some events or something going on. You know, here, Clockworks, I know that, like, somebody said sushi is, like, a bad time. But here, sushi is cheaper and generally has faster service than McDonald's. So you can just go to a little sushi chain and just be like, yeah, I'd like a bento box to go. And it's like $12 later. You walk out with like a full meal. And it's like a big plate of rice, fish, salad, some deep fried veggies. And they 24/7 sushi places like don't exist, so. Yeah, because we, like, well, I live in the epicenter of good quality sushi. Like, it's kind of almost, well, not impossible. It's almost impossible to get bad sushi here. It's certainly possible, but we're stuck in an ad right now, but there really isn't much happening, so. It's expensive as hell, and you're never full when you're finished. What part of the world you're from? Because, like, yeah, there are expensive sushi places here. But generally, the only thing that really changes is the plating quality and the presentation. Like, you could absolutely pay way too much money for sushi here. It's like the difference between going to a Michelin star restaurant and, like, a diner. Okay, so ramps. It's basically a buffet. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of all-you-can-eat sushi places. They tend to have really crappy quality here. Even though there's a lot of them, they tend to be really low quality. Which isn't why I go for sushi, generally. If you ordered a la carte, maybe you just have a much larger appetite than me. But I never run into that issue with sushi. And I also couldn't tell, I've never actually spent $100 plus on a single sushi order. The most I've ever spent is like 40 bucks. That's Canadian. We're just getting big map lag. Oh yeah, true. I mean, you could of course order things like dragon rolls and spend $15 on 4 rolls, which is dumb. But like, I mean, live your life, I suppose. And obviously something like sashimi is not going to be filling because it's just raw fish. I love how like 20 minutes ago somebody was like, stop, you're making me hungry. And we're just still at it. I mean, if you have, like, to quote a certain YouTuber, if you have a little bit of the taste for fancy, you're going to have to expect to spend the money. You know? And if you acquire a taste for the fancy, then good luck. Maybe you just have a taste for the fancy. Yeah, the California roll was invented in Vancouver, just like the Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada. I don't know where in Canada, but... I was reading a article a couple of months ago about how Korean food is more traditional when it's... That's a really weird looking slope. Is more traditional when it's made in Los Angeles than when it's made in Korea. Because in Korea, the recipes have changed quite significantly in comparison to what they were, 70 years ago. Whereas food in Los Angeles, people have moved. Canadian bacon isn't bacon. It's just my take. I have no idea about Canadian bacon. I don't know why it's called that either. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. But essentially what like the theory is, people moved to the States, and brought their recipes with them and opened up restaurants. And then haven't changed their recipes since. And now what's even more interesting is now you have all of these American Korean chains going back to Korea and reintroducing their food to Korea. Which is really interesting. Anyway, your ruler has arrived with a full entourage. Your thriving site is now the capital, and continued fortune and toil, the legend of the true mountain home, may be written. Or with continued fortune and toil, the legend of the true mountain home may be written. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Who's our king? Queen Rovod. Well, I guess I need to get you housed, Queen. A vile force of royalty has arrived. Yep. I don't know where she is in this list. There you are. Wow, she's a peasant. Could not care less about her talents and appearance and other personal vanities, and can get caught up in internal deliberations. She likes green glass and short swords and ballista parts. Uh-oh. Then another one would show up. I don't mind having the queen. The thing is, I have a duchess. Pandasaurus Rex, who's also the mayor, who dreams of ruling the world. So I'm kind of planning on organizing an accident. He does dream of mastering a skill. Yeah, fortunately, it's stuff I can make, though. Although I'm very short on silver, so swords are... I'm more concerned about swords than ballista parts. Well, I mean, you're not necessarily going to get the queen a second time, right? But, I mean, we will build her a living space with a manufactured accident. We'll do that. That or lock the queen in a tower. Population's gone up a lot. All right, chat. Round of beer for Dominoc because they said give us the beer. "11 children" is also a lot of potential heirs. And it appears that Edzul the Miner is already here. Who is the kid of the queen. Edzul also has... and is not a new migrant here. Big family, this queen. Looks like Stakud was their niece. Oh, interesting. Very Nova, who was married to my captain of the guard, who was one of my favorite dwarves who died, along with the spouse, was actually the niece, meaning that my captain of the guard was related by marriage. Also an elf. Where'd you come from? Okay, well, you're not a member of the group that we're at war with, but spies. Us. That is assuming they're telling the truth. Is there a way to get dwarves out of prison? You deconstruct the chain. Why do you need a dwarf out of prison? End up driving the son of the queen berserk? Well, if they're berserk, then they're dead. There's nothing you can do about it. Yes, the royal family is large. But, based on the goals of the Duchess of this fortress, it wouldn't surprise me too much if they don't care and still want that to change. So, I was kind of thinking about putting, like, the royal room here, but like, I don't think that would look all that good. I think down here would be a lot nicer. And since there isn't that much lava in here right now, I think we can use this area. Especially because this is right here, meaning it would be very easy to manufacture a cleansing ritual, shall we say. Yeah, if somebody's gone berserk, they're dead. They're already dead. There's nothing you can do about it. And Olam has begun a mysterious construction. Well, I mean, if they're berserk too, if you release them, they will just fight with people and try and kill people. It's more fun if they try to change the power structure on their own. What do you mean? I mean, that doesn't really happen. I'm just kind of using headcanon to be like, yeah, these dwarves would do this because that dwarf dreams of ruling the world, so it just makes sense. At least it makes sense to me. He just started killing kids. Yeah, well, rest in peace to that dwarf. Swimming carcass is fighting with something. How many ghosts do I have currently? 1. Oozle. Game claims that there isn't a ghost there. Oh, did they just discover it? Yes. Oh, that sucks. Darius. On a friggin' Sunday, too? He's a legendary axe dwarf. Yeah, that's dangerous. I would have just locked the door. It's like, oh, dwarf went berserk. Well, time to lock the prison cell. We also have the outpost liaison, who's Ezim. Tech of the Grazer has been the Glazer has been found dead. Oh. Well, I mean, that was your own fault, Dwarf. Olon, the animal dissector, has created Kedneb, a Gabbro scepter, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. I think the, I was gonna say we should maybe give this to the Queen, but I don't know. This is a Gabbro scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with grizzly bear leather, tea wood, and date palm wood, and encircled with bands of rectangular dacite cabochons and cashew wood. This object menaces with spikes of Gabbro. On the item is an image of Merge tarnished? Yeah, merge tarnished. The lead spear in clear glass. And the item is an image of the cloudy dimension. A cotton thong. In cotton. On the item is an image of the cloudy dimension. Oh boy. On the item is an image of a long four-sided prism in grizzly bear leather. Very grisly. I'm going to add this to up here. Kebneb. Goes into the vault. Yeah, the cloudy dimension is, of course, like, what a thong would be called. Definitely. It's the cloudy place. Where clouds go. Nice comfy cotton thong, though. And hello, Bob. How are you today? 'Tis good to see you. I have reason to believe, chat room, that Canadians are invading America. Virginia. Sure. I still have reason to believe that Canadians are invading. As a guest in your fortress for some reason, and you sent him holding when I requested him back. He was a guest. I'll post liaison in your fortress for some reason. You sent him to take a holding, and when you requested him back, he was a guest. Sounds like he moved in permanently. They can do that, and will do that. What, in Virginia? I know nothing about Virginia. Aside from something take me home, country roads. But that's technically West Virginia. Northern overlords, that's not something I'm used to being referred to as. So I guess with this fortress, I can say with some confidence that I do not recommend you make maps larger than 6x6. Same with Canada and most first world countries. It's not much of a selling point once it's legal in your whole country, you know? Game ain't responding. There we go. Nope. You can get the mountain home without him. As long as you have the monarch, you can get the mountain home. But if he's a guest, he'd be moved into that location. At least as far as I know, you can get mountain home without him. Right now. Bert, please. I feel like there's like something missing from that quite. Like when, you mean where is Canada? Or when is Canada? It's like even if you're memeing, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. Why is Canada? Good question. I don't know. I'll let you know when I figure it out, though. Eh? Just memeing? Thank you for memeing. And thank you very much for the Prime sub for second month, Bert. It's good to see you, dude. It's actually a pretty good area to dig out because we're getting more silver. Oh yeah, we're gonna have to make ballista parts. At least it's ballista parts and not swords because I'm very short on metals. Is that like when the world inevitably all becomes Canada? I don't know if you guys want to be on fire as much as us. As like, Canada's pretty hot right now, but that's not necessarily a positive thing. Hello, Tele, how are you? It's good to see you. Now would be a really bad time to get ambushed. Like a really, 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 really bad time to get ambushed. What, just being on fire constantly? Yeah. Chat, I have a question. If you could snap your fingers and live anywhere in the world, where would it be and why? And that's assuming it's not where you currently live. So if you could snap your fingers and move to anywhere in the world, where would it be? Wall, so that'll be flooring. The people are beautiful. I mean, that's relative, but you're fine where you am? There I am. Fair enough. Cork, Ireland? Because it's called Cork? Somewhere in Japan, maybe? I would love to go live in Amsterdam for a year. Or capital of Iceland. Those are the two places I would like to go live temporarily. Although I think the language in Iceland would be more difficult for me. Socialized healthcare and be a sheep farmer. Okay. Yeah, that's like one limitation for me is it's like I wouldn't ever live anywhere that doesn't have socialized healthcare. Like if you don't have socialized healthcare, it's like I've already left. I would never go there in the first place if you didn't. Most places in Europe, finding English speakers isn't a challenge, but there are better places in the Netherlands. It's close to a big airport, which is why I'd go to Amsterdam. And also I have family in Amsterdam, so I would go to Amsterdam. Specifically because I have family in Amsterdam. It's like second cousins and such. So yeah, I would go to Amsterdam. It's better in Canada because our weed is better than Californian weed. I'm not even memeing. It's like there's a reason why a lot of Californian dispensaries have farms up here. Yes, and I can't pronounce it, so I'm not going to say it. I'm not even going to try, Ranger Rick. High THC doesn't mean anything. High THC just means that they breed their plants to have high THC because that's what the people want. High THC is in fashion, so it's like, you know, when every beer that was announced and made was a high alcohol percent IPA. It's just what's in fashion. And California is kind of not quite the epicenter, but it's one of the larger places for U.S. weed production, so. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, you're arguing semantics and preferences, primarily. Got so many visitors now. Is this, like, my only public space? Oh, okay, that's what's going on. Got so many barons and baronesses visiting. Yeah, no, they're just cloning plants. That's all that they're doing. It's like any farming. Whereabouts in Canada am I? I'm in Surrey. I'm in Greater Vancouver area. Have fun in Banff, though. Banff is lovely. Although it'll be hot in Banff this time of year. Yeah, no, I agree. Don't fear. I don't like. I know some people who complain that weed's more expensive now, but it's like, I would rather pay an extra $30 an ounce and just be able to walk into a store and walk out with something that I know wasn't grown, like, in a sewage pit. You know, like, I know where it came from. I know it's clean. I know it's what it says on the box. Like, I told this story, but sorry to just fall down weed discussion. But there's these guys that sit outside my building, right, at night and smoke. And I walked by one of them carrying some weed once because a neighbor of mine gave me a nugget from something that he'd bought and wanted me to try it. So I was taking it inside, just in a Ziploc bag. Guy goes, "Yo, dude, do you smoke weed?" I was like, "Yeah." And he's just like, man, I'm a plug. I could hook you up. Give me your phone number. I'm like, I literally just like burst out in hysterical laughter because I was just like, sorry, I buy it at a store like an adult. He was real mad. Well, looked miffed. And he hasn't talked to me since, which is very, very funny to me. That's cheaper than you could get in Texas, and you avoid Texas prison. Yeah. Deep Space, hello, it's good to see you, man. Okay, one of those is done. Seven to eight up, you wake out. Oh wow, yeah. We don't have anything like that, but an ounce of weed's about $100 here. $100 Canadian for an ounce. It's pretty standard. Unless you want super fancy stuff, then it's like add an extra $40. Ghostly Miner's been put to rest. Need to queue up more rock blocks. Chuck's Buck and Snuck. A plug is somebody who will hook you up with weed and or other drugs. I don't know how common that term is, but I'm pretty well acquainted with the term. Oh, I mean, our taxes are pretty similar. Don't fear, Phil. Canada has heavier tax than most of California on most things. Like, everybody in the U.S. is like, oh, God, taxes are so bad in California. It's like, well, I mean... yeah, they plug you into the market, exactly. They're your connection. Oopsies. Hit the wrong button. Getting hit by an ad. I will pause. I would never get up before 9 for anything. I usually get up at 7. I normally turn my streams on at 9, but I slept in today. So I'm an hour and a half late, which just means we'll go for another 2 hours, I think. Managed to catch up to the second episode. How's the fortress going? So you know that giant lava pouring mechanism I was building? Yeah, I dumped that into the fortress. So... oh, no, here's the thing. I would gladly pay an extra... like, people choke when they hear that 20 or 30... about 25 to 30% of all of my Twitch revenue is taxed, right? Clockworks? But I would gladly pay an extra 40% if more of my shit was covered. Gladly. Like, if I could get free transit and pay another couple grand a year, I would do that. Anyway, the fortress. Yeah, I managed to dump a whole lot of lava into the fort. We just got the Monarch. Things are progressing nicely. I still need bedrooms for half the fort, though. All right. Let's queue up more rock blocks. We cleaned it up. I mean, it was pretty easy to drain it. I just dug a little drainage setup there and, like, knocked some walls out. We did lose, I think it was about a dozen dwarves in the ordeal, but, you know, we were able to sort it out, so it wasn't so bad. It wasn't optimal. Yes, we do have a lot of bears and more bears and jaguars and storks and gorillas and monkeys and rhino and baby rhino. My 4-year-old baby rhinos. So, yeah, no, we've got a little bit of a collection growing. I've just been focusing on building and not stealing more animals from the elves recently, so We've been working one thing at a time. The rhinos are a cool sprite. Rhinos are cute, especially the baby rhinos. Also, thanks for the follows in the last couple of minutes. Got a couple of those. Cheers, friends. I don't have a notification for them, but I do see them. Other than the 12 dwarves, have you managed to cast more dwarves? Have I managed to set dwarves on fire? Oh, I have no idea how many dwarves have caught fire in this fort. More than a couple. More than a couple, that's for sure. I mean, I see all these ghosts I'm memorializing. All of these were lavaed because I don't have bodies for them to bury them. So like these are all memorials. These are all memorials. These are all coffins, although a lot of them aren't used yet. Well. That seems bad. What were we talking about, chat? Well, I found the problem. Yeah, time to remodel the kitchens. Something, oopsie lava everywhere. Huh. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make these into pit ponds. The second thing I'm going to do is we're going to run down into here and say, dwarves, for the love of all that is dwarfy, seal this off, please. Dig around this. Remove this from this stockpile. And then build across there. Looks like the booze is safe. Currently it's safe, yeah, because it's falling down into there. So because it's flowing down into here, currently, yes, the booze is safe. Which means I should be able to go over to here and wall this off. Fortunately, it's flowing pretty frickin' slowly. This has been flowing for like a year, by the way. Okay, so now that that's built, let's wall this off. The power outage is already hit. There's no power. The dwarf is just like completely flabbergasted right now. Uh-oh, something's on fire. Giant spider silk cloth is on fire. Okay, that got sealed. Wondering... Yeah, because it doesn't flow as quickly, which is why lava is more dangerous, or why water is more dangerous than lava in Dwarf Fort. Okay. So the fortress is now no longer going to immediately erupt into flames. And we've also already fixed it. So me dumping buckets of water over the edge here has solved the problem. No more lava is coming into the fort now, because this is sealed with obsidian. This was the problem layer. This was where the lava was getting in. But there's still a lot of lava in here. So what I think we do is we dig around the back here and release it. Give it a big ol' space to fill into, I think is what we do. Volcano forts, if you're not like super, super, super careful, are a lot of fun. And I'm not being super, super, super careful. Because in case you haven't noticed, like we've had several pretty major oopsies so far, which are quite entertaining. Oh no, it will dissipate eventually, but I'd like it to dissipate quicker. What have you come back to? It's just another case of a minor oopsie daisy. You save a lot with my... I mean, I'm not gonna save scum on stream. Like, that's no fun. No, everybody's getting it. It's my computer. I think I need to swap my hard drive. This computer still has some gremlins in it. The swapping out the CPUs fixed a lot of the gremlins, but no, okay, I'm going to say it a second time. It's not you, it's my computer. Christ. Hi, Bane. Had that happen to you before? This was a very slow trickle of lava, too, but fortunately I was able to catch it moments before utter disaster. But yeah, I don't know. The computer acting up sucks because I really can't afford new parts right now, so I have to repurpose more old parts. Yeah, it's not you, it's me. Unfortunately. Yeah, no, so this will dissipate eventually. I'm just going to try and give it a way to dissipate faster. So we can get back into our, tanner shop. Fortunately, I made, like, this tanner shop out of meltable materials, but it didn't actually melt. Just kind of surprising. All right, so while they're doing that, we're going to go back up to where I was building the Queen's quarters, and we're going to work on those.
Thanks for streaming on Saturday. Gives me something to listen to while painting my living room.
I'm gonna check something, because I'm curious. Okay, so you just more than doubled today's revenue. I'd made $21 up until that. So thanks for the 50 bucks. Cheers, man. Put it into the new hard drive fund. Or the new NVMe drive fund. So thank you. Appreciate you, dude. Audio is still nice? Yeah, well, at least something's working. But thank you very much. And chat room, can I get a really big round of beers for Bane's generosity? In the depths of the slow season that is summer. This is becoming one hell of a weird looking fort. But everybody's just constructing stuff, so 'tis a lot of pathing going on. Wait. Yay, we put the child to rest finally. I'm just happy that there's no dwarves stuck behind that lava flow. Because that would do a number on your frame rate. If that was the case. But fortunately, it's not, so don't have too much to worry about. Oh, now you want me to make short swords. Okay, that sucks. Doors, goblets. Clear glass goblets. Clear portal. Silver short swords. Smelt galena. Logan the woodcutter's been found dead, badly crushed. And who's surprised? I'm gonna stop them from chopping these down. I think we have enough wood on the map. I've lost too many dwarves that way. But thank you very much for tuning in on a Saturday, Bane. I hope painting is going well. Set the trees to kill mode. Yeah, no, they certainly. You know, it's funny. I that's one feature I really want to return from older versions of the game, is the elves sending druids to animate the trees to attack you as treants. I really, really want that feature back. Like that is like one of the few things about like old Dwarf Fort that I'm like, man, that would be cool if we could get that back. But you know, we don't live in that world. I have 11,000 pearl ash. Sorry, no. 1,000. I read that bracket as a 1. 1,177 pearl ash. That's a lot of pearl ash. That was a thing. Yeah, back when Dwarf Fortress was 2D. They used to animate the trees to attack you. I mean, theoretically, druids still exist in Dwarf Fort. They just don't attack you anymore. They attacked in 2D Dwarf Fort era. Which was also part of the reason you would chop all the trees down, is so the elves wouldn't be as strong when they'd attack you, but... I do miss that era. Or rather, that's one thing I miss about that era of Dwarf Fortress. Some year the magic update may happen. I think right now we just need to focus on Mark's Dwarves and adventure mode. But yes, maybe one day. Maybe one day it may happen. Maybe. Yeah, I just need this to dry off enough so that we can get down into here again. I really would like to know, wish that I knew what the frame rate would be in this fortress before SDL2. Because, like, this fortress runs pretty freaking well, right? We've got a lot of entities on the map. There's a lot of liquid physics going on. Stuff's melting and thawing and burning. But by all accounts, it's 30 FPS is pretty acceptable. Like, that's pretty okay. Do want to cut down the trees so that they can't use them against us? Yeah, pretty much. Thank you very much for sharing, Leah Marie. As we continue to move through this. I'm assuming the frame rate will fix itself a bit once we actually have access to the prisons again, which currently we don't, because they're blocked off by burning! We're also prioritizing the Queen's quarters over making bedrooms for my normal dwarves. Pathing can be hard when there's lava. Yeah, it's a bit hot right now. Fort's a little spicy, frankly. As my friend from Phoenix, Arizona once said, the air outside is a little spicy right now. I woke up today and the sky was a little spicy. It was kind of red. We're starting to get some forest fire smoke, so fingers crossed tomorrow's not particularly bad because I'm going to be outside all day. So if it's smoky, that would be very unpleasant. The thing with forest fire smoke, it can just kind of come out of nowhere. It's like, it'd be perfectly nice outside, and then suddenly, boom! Forest fire smoke. It's like, oh my god. The Chocolate Pears, a performance troupe, is visiting. We also have the fort open to guests right now, so hopefully nothing horrible happens. Why? Because it's so hot outside? More like evaporating milk. You know what? Actually, I'm going to swap these floors out for clear. Yeah, I mean, I'm down for the chocolate pears. Sounds tasty. Oh, it's an old saying to discuss high temperatures? Interesting. I believe it. I mean, it doesn't sound like somebody would say now, so I would assume it's an old saying. You're playing Factorio and there's an achievement for burning down trees, and I was like 200, at like 200 and something, so you lit a random forest and fire and walked away, and there's the numbers at 4K now. 4,000. How many do you need for the achievement? This is slowly connecting. You know, I gotta admit, of all of like the random one-liners I've gotten in my chat, I want to smell your breath in the morning so bad is like weirdly complimentary, but also at the same time just a very strange thing to say, especially when it's a run-on sentence that runs right into bye. It's like somebody really wanted to say something but is too embarrassed to actually say it, so they just run it together and then just vanish. Not the strangest thing somebody said to me. It's up there though. We got more humans visiting and a caravan has arrived. Sometimes I'm just amused by things people say on the internet. Like, that's the weirdest way of saying I like you I've ever seen. Like, it's like that line from Everything Everywhere All at Once, where he's just like, I just want to do laundry with you. All right. Got traders. Okay, let's go all the way down to here. Getting rid of all of the used clothes. Oh, no, totally. I just want to do laundry and taxes with you. It's a great movie. Ironically, like, okay, so I love that movie. I think that movie's very, very, very good. My dad said he hated it so much he turned it off halfway through. Which really makes me wonder, what part of it did they hate so much they turned it off? Because, like, there's a few chunks in there that I'd be like, okay, yeah, I could see my mom and dad being like, nope to this. But, man, I really wonder. But, yes, fun movie. I enjoy that movie a lot. Should probably update that. Currently, the goal for this fort is kind of like try and make my Duchess the queen, but I don't know if I'll be able to actually pull that off. And maybe I should build a bigger tavern soon as well. Uh-oh. Realizing this is stopped. Accessible right now? It is not. Here come the humans. Fortunately, this time they didn't show up at the exact same time as the elves, which kind of killed them last time. My back is hurting. I slept kind of funny 2 nights ago and woke up with just like this weirdly bad pain in my lower back. I was like, ah! I just woke up at a weird angle. Garbage pickup arrived. I'm here. Oh, you mean the humans? Yeah, that too. Okay, maybe I should just remove visitors. Because how many visitors do I have? Yeah, that ain't helping the frame rate. Oh, like a third of the fortress doesn't have places to sleep right now. But I've got, you know, I was building this, and now I'm building this for the queen. So, you know, it's kind of a lot. Also, there's an ad running now, so pause. But yeah, no, a large portion of this fortress does not have places to sleep because there, for lack of a better term, is nowhere for them to sleep. I have, there is a, what's it called? A small dormitory in the fort, but the majority of it is just, you know, basically a mess. Should craft harder so they can earn it. I mean, once the queen's quarters are properly prepared, as by the Duchess's decree, then we can begin working on bedrooms for the everyday dwarf again. But frankly, the royalty, they take priority because they are just better than the rest of them, right? I mean, that makes perfect sense to everybody, right? Definitely. Perfect sense. You know what also makes perfect sense, chat? Is, well, I mean, I'm lagging, so you can't. Is the rubber duck on my microphone. That also makes perfect sense. All right, let's get back to things. Did this get canceled? Yes. So because of that true factual fact that we need to make sure that everything else is set up and ready to go for the queen, before we do anything for the normal everyday dwarf, only one thing at a time can be completed. And I'm sure that the queen won't suspect the fact that there is a very large fireplace in her bedroom. All right, so I'm going to this and fortify this. More monster eradicators. There's so many monster eradicators. So many beast hunters. Speaking of beast hunters, how's the lava down here doing? Well, I mean, they're still digging. Lower the priority down. Oh, okay. Can't lower it. Can only raise it. Can't lower. Just like a drawbridge. You can only raise it, you can't lower it. We're out of Galena. Oh, no. We ran out of Galena so quick. Oh, absolutely. And a chimney. Fireplace and a chimney. It's like mandatory. If you're a rich, wealthy, noble person, you probably have a chimney. And a fireplace. And also, you know, vents for the lava so that it can flow out of your living space. Clear. Glass. Cabinet. Glass. Box. Glass armor stand. Glass weapon rack. Okay, so let's just do 20 of each of those. 50 of these. 50 of these. Working on tables and thrones, though. So I could put a series of tables down here. And then this can be a dining room. Not this whole thing, just this smaller area down here. That is weird. Why is it still selected? Okay. Let's do that all the way across to here. This will be assigned to the queen. And a filing cabinet. Oh, definitely. I completely agree with this. Personally, in my headcanon, it is the queen that is forcing us to make her space first. That's my headcanon. In reality, I'm just lazy and I don't feel like doing more than one thing at a time. But, you know, sometimes you gotta suspend your disbelief a little bit and use some imagination to come up with reasons for things, you know? I mean, after all, she is the queen. So for the queen. You return from having the stream muted. Well, welcome back. Let's jump down to here. It's a pull. But this can fill up. Speaking of things, how's this doing? Okay, coming along. Getting there. I'm not actually sure where all the frame rate lag is coming from in this fort. My assumption, though, is it's just the number of construction projects I have running right now. So will this kill the dwarves immediately? That's the question. We'll find out. Best of luck, dwarves. Be safe. Back up quickly. They did. And now we've got one more. Odom. Nah, you know what? We're just going to forget that. Back up, Odom. Doesn't seem worth it. So hopefully this redirect here will be enough that I can get into here and plug this. Or fill this in. So we can hopefully begin to reclaim some of this, which is starting to look a little hot, a little obsidian filled, because we really need to get down into here. But how's your day been, a devilish potato? What have you been up to? Hope your day has been solid, if not, like, you know, entertaining. Unfortunately, Dwarf Fortress doesn't work that way in regards to cooking the meat for you. It just kind of makes it combust. Okay, so I'm going to go down from up above here. And we're going to dig over top of this, and we're going to start dumping buckets of water into here. So we're going to try and bucket brigade this so that we can access our power. Sort of. I mean, it's already been solved. We're just kind of in the slow process of fixing it. I channeled through this while digging out this area, unknowingly letting a bunch of lava into the fort. So currently the captain of the guard has no access to their quarters, and we have no access. And the frame rate keeps going bye-bye. Fortunately, no crimes have been committed. So that's good. Why are we licking lava? You like the spicy rock? Seems like all my miners are busy. They're all storing stuff in stockpiles. And this one is meditating on fishing. Seems productive. I'm sure. I wouldn't think that that would be anything other than very productive. There we go. Somebody's finally coming to do this. Everyone likes a spicy rock. I mean, I don't know about that. Am I just out of sandbags? Is that the problem? Is my sand location no longer working? Is that the problem? Mayhaps nobody's just collecting sand enough. Oh, yeah, you're collecting sand. People are still collecting sand. Almost as productive as meditating on sleeping. I'll have you know I do that every night, and it's extremely productive. I always love it when people post on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit with things like, should I be concerned? And it's just like, the 4 dwarves just meditating on suicide. It's like, no, it's fine. We don't need to be concerned. Everything is awesome. Okay, so we're going to dig out these, and then these are going to become pit pond. And pit pond. And lastly, pit pond. This should just fix this. Farms that are made in caverns are 5 times as efficient as farms that are not made in caverns. But mud floors count as cavern floors. So either, if you want efficient farming, you either need to farm in the caverns or use mud floors. Otherwise, it's 1/5 of the effectiveness. And I'm pretty sure that's just how the whole system works right now. Here it comes. That's 1. Okay, well, that didn't obsidian it, but it is removing the lava. So what I'm going to see is, can I run over here and block this off? Because it is still flowing, but most of it's going into our redirect, which is what we want. Anywhere in the fort, yeah. It doesn't matter if they're in the cavern layer for the mud floors. As long as they're in the fort. Do you get happy being near a waterfall? Wow, that does make you... Oh no, that's remembering. I was going to say, because like, we're literally dumping buckets of water in here. Constructing the... Oh, I made floors by mistake. Good on me. Like, why are you standing on it? That's supposed to be a wall. Tisk. All right, so now we just need this to get filled in. And this should be the last one. Chat, we did it. We fixed the most recent lava oopsie. Although I do need to get the lava out of the stairs still. Now it's just a matter of getting the whole thing powered up again. Congrats and long live the queen. Thank you. We're just going to connect all those up as well, because might as well. Now we're going to go over here. We're going to place a horizontal axle right there. Horizontal axle right there. Hopefully they don't accidentally, you know, cause a flood. That might actually be dangerous. Maybe don't do that. But I will need to deconstruct all of these wheels, who are actually still spinning. I know this is a bug, but it's a bug that bothers me. It's like they actually keep working if they're stuck in obsidian. As long as, like, they're only partially stuck in obsidian, not entirely enclosed. So if the layers, if water is flowing and it's underneath them and they get encased in obsidian, they keep working, which is really weird to me. I don't really care that it's a bug. I'm just going to make sure it stops happening. Mausoleum / power station. Yep. I'm trying to get some of this obsidian out. Hopefully I don't encase anybody. Well, I mean, we can accidentally as long as we don't axle bros. Because then our vocals would just be bad. I don't think anybody really appreciates that. Ah. Well, I did obsidian somebody. You appreciate it just because you hate Dad Rock. I mean, I don't particularly like it, but I feel bad for Guns N' Roses fans. Yeah, what a way to go. I don't think dwarves care particularly for property damage. I don't think it really bothers them very much. At least, that's not the gist I ever really got. As a fan of music, I don't really want anybody's favorite band to suck, because I know that it would make me really sad if my favorite band sucked. So the fact that Guns N' Roses is just kind of progressively getting worse by the year just kind of makes me feel bad for people who do like them. So, because I've had that happen to bands I like, and it's just a shame. It's like I don't like Metallica, but I want their shows to keep being good, and I want their fans to like their music. Because I don't have anything against them personally, I don't like their music. I think wishing ill on others, even if it's like, I hope this band is bad, is just kind of low. As dwarves would say, a low pursuit indeed. I never really listened to the Smashing Pumpkins. Although on the topic of dad rock, I fixed a cassette last night. I bought me some plain white glue. And because I bought a bunch of cassettes for $1 a piece at Value Village. And one of those cassettes was a very, 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 very nice The Police's Synchronicity. And it was on chrome tape, which is kind of hard to find and very expensive when you do. So I was very happy to find it. And the tiny little piece of foam that supports the actual tape itself within the cartridge had come dislodged, so it was not connected. And I put a tiny little dot of white glue on it and grabbed some tweezers and glued it back in place. And it works flawlessly and sounds fucking incredible. How do you get seeds out of a cage? How did you get seeds in a cage? From training? I have no idea. I've never gotten seeds stuck in a cage before. Pardon me while I ponder how in the world did you manage that? Also, unrelated, what happened to the Smashing Pumpkins? I know nothing about the Smashing Pumpkins. Aside from that, I've heard some of their songs a few times. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess you would select it and then, like, go inside of this cage and then dump them. Renfield. So I repair analog audio as a hobby. It's a equipment that I can very easily repair because it's designed to be repairable, so I find it a very rewarding little hobby. One thing you really need to know is that if you do that, specifically as a hobby, it is likely that you have multiple sets of tools. I have like 8 toothbrushes. Most of them are for cleaning audio equipment and not for using as a toothbrush. So, I can assure you, those tweezers do not need to be cleaned. They will be fine. It's very strange that this is all flowing, even though the water isn't flowing. Why are you not connected to power? Ah. This is missing power. I was like, why is that not spinning and why is there water falling down my stairs? Because this hasn't been connected yet. Assuming they can get to that. Yeah, they should be able to. Dwarf's been found dead, badly crushed. Merchants will leave soon. Did I not trade with them? No, I didn't. Shit. Did sprawling mega projects? Ah. Rich guy syndrome. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, I grew up a really big fan of 3 Days Grace, who don't exist anymore. The band still exists, but literally none of the original members are in the band anymore, which hurts me. So I can kind of get that. The band that is known as 3 Days Grace, that is definitely not 3 Days Grace, is also nowhere near as good as the band used to be. I'm just gonna dump all of this stuff out of here, I think. What happened to them? They still exist. They still tour. But every single one of the original members left, and the record label just hired new performers. And I can't remember the name of the other band, but there was another band that was on the same label. Let's follow this mood. There was another band that was on the same record label. That Cloth. Who was like associated with them, like toured with them quite a bit. Skeletons, let's butcher something. But aside from them, had like no real relation. And I'll follow you. Anyway, that every single one of the members of that other band are now 3 Days Grace. So 3 Days Grace basically like ceased to exist, and then another band took the name 3 Days Grace, essentially, or was given the name. But it was like a slow process that happened over a couple of years. Where it was like initially like 2 people left, and then 2 more people left, and then 2 more people left, and then the whole band was gone. But yeah, I mean, Animal I Have Become is maybe one of my favorite songs of all time. Damn shame. Every now and again, I'll like see them touring. It's like 3 Days Grace is touring. It's like, no, they're not. So, you know, there you go. Go get your bones. Grabbing grizzly bear bones. Let's see if you run off after this. Why is there a donkey in my fort? Chat, somebody let a donkey in my fort. I'm going to eat that donkey. No reason for there to be a donkey in this fort whatsoever. Actually, there's a lot of animals that shouldn't be in this fort. Donkey included. But unfortunately, it's not too uncommon of a story. There's a good couple of examples over the years of like... Yes, shark jumping walrus. There's a good number of examples over the years of like, you know, band that existed that had a following, and another band that existed that had a smaller following, and band that existed that had a following didn't want to exist anymore, and then the record label's like, okay, you're all fired. Like, it's happened. Okay, so with all that being done, let's dig these out. I just need to wait for them to come do it. I think one founding member is still in the band. Yeah, but the music that Pink Floyd puts out now is so different from the original Pink Floyd. It's like it's just there so that people buy it, basically. But yeah, not too dissimilar of a situation. But I think like the general acceptance is that the band is just gone with 3 Days Grace. And that should just be the general acceptance whenever that happens to a band, in my opinion. Is that, well, that band's gone. Is this the Ship of Theseus? I don't know what that is. What is the Ship of Theseus? Please explain like I'm 5 in 5 sentences or less. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have boats. Silly. I feel like I should know what this is, but I don't. So sometimes I'll start reading a sentence on Twitch that somebody in chat typed in, and then somebody else will type something in, and my brain won't register that new line of text appeared. So I was just reading, it's the ship used to describe you if Greta Van Fleet, which is Led Zeppelin for millennials. That's how I read that sentence. So now I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but I hope it's helpful. The ship of Theseus is used to describe if you replace everything on the boat, and is it the same boat? Oh, okay, yes, no, I do know what this is. I do, in fact, know what this is. Also, who the hell thinks Greta Van Fleet is Led Zeppelin for millennials? What? Where did that come from? Greta Van Fleet is nothing like Led Zeppelin. Nothing whatsoever like Led Zeppelin. I'm assuming they just want more bones.
Am I the same sub as of 2 months ago?
I hope so. Arc Shrimp, thank you very much for Prime subbing a second time. I will say that Muse is queen for millennials. I don't know if that's a popular take, but that's my take. But Arc Shroom, thank you very much for the second month with Twitch Prime. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a couple more beers for Arc Shroom? Bringing that sub to life, keeping it going for a second time. Well, I mean, I can tell you for a fact I'm not the same person I was 6 years ago. Cell replacement be damned. Not that person anymore. Grabbed anything more, Dwarf?
Button crypt beer.
Button? Cooler has successfully pushed a button. Oh, we need stacked leather. And I'm pretty sure all my tanner shops are still locked off by lava. Oh, no, they're not. Cooler, thank you very much for this, or not Cooler, Fog. Thank you. I saw the artist badge and my brain went to Cooler. Fog, thank you very much for the 70th month on a nice streak. It's a very nice streak, dude. Yeah, he does. So my brain immediately went to Cooler. But chat room, for those of you who don't know, Fog's done some pretty cool art for this channel before. Fog's also a good guy. How's Battle Bit? Bit Battle? Battle Bit. I think is the name of that game. BattleBit? It's not Battlefield. BattleBit Remastered. Yes, that's it. That's that video game. Also, I'm pretty sure Cooler almost always says button, too. But thanks for pushing the button for a 70th time. Christ. I feel old. Can I just tell him to tan a hide? I've got to have hides to tan, right? I think the problem might actually be this. Apparently, tanned hides counts as refuse? Well then. I just learned something, I suppose. Let's make some grizzly bear leather. Roblox was swearing. I hate to break it to you, but I think normal Roblox has swearing. People swear in Roblox. But yeah, that game looks fun. I've come pretty close to buying it. I don't think I'd actually put enough time into it for it to be worth the money. It's been a while since you popped in. Gotcha. Well, thank you for keeping that subscription alive, because you're one of the many that are helping us potentially achieve a 70-30 split with Twitch. You refuse to believe that people swear while playing Roblox? Okay. Don't ever go on YouTube and watch popular kids YouTubers. Oh, although maybe that's for the best anyway. Grizzly bear's skin. Okay, well, we need those to get... Okay, there we go. Tana hide job appeared. Is it you that's doing it? Nope. So, yeah, no, we achieved July, and currently in August, we're getting close, actually. How many paying subs do we have for August so far? $283 so far for August. 283. So, if we can hold that for just a couple more weeks, we'll get there. Okay, so let's check in on that. You not grabbed anything else? Not leather? Okay, what else do you need? Skeletons? Lots of skeletons. Cut gems. Oh, maybe cut gems. Let's cut 2 gems. I've got to have 2 gems around. Yeah, it should be doable. I mean, on average, I get like 5 to 15 paying subscribers per day, so... But, like, it's kind of hard to figure out if we'll make it, because, like, people cancel their subs every month. So if I go and look at the actual, like, this is the number of people that are canceling their sub in the next 2 weeks, it stresses me the fuck out, so I just choose not to look at it. But fingers crossed. I mean, the best way to help this channel out right now is just simply subscribe for 3 months. Because if we can get that, everybody likes giving less money to Amazon. So then instead of getting 50-50 split on tier 1 subs, I'll get 70-30. And tier 2 is 70-30. And currently I have tier 3s at 70-30, but that's just standard for all Twitch partners. So it would be huge to get that. See if this is in fact what you need. Yep, it is in fact what you need. And then you run off to gosh darn knows where. I think, because my soldiers have been training for 1 billion years, we're going to go and pillage this site. This is right next door. This is right next door to our fortress. It's less than a day's travel away. And they still have many prisoners from our faction. So chat, since we're going to become a vile force of darkness, can I get a vile force of darkness in the chat? Because my dwarves are going out to attempt once again to rescue our lost dwarves. You've been trying to 100% Red Dead 2, which is still ongoing. That's going to take a while. Off to stab my ramshackle crew of soldiers. Half of them don't even have helmets or shields, because all we have in the map is silver. Oh.
Less money for Amazon.
So, this is fine. I hope that the, queen likes the in-floor heating in her bedroom. Focusing on side content this time, gotcha. W Tiger, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. It's good to have you back. I am planning to set the queen on fire, but not this quickly. Let's do glass windows. All right, let's do... game lag. Frame rate, I hardly knew ye. It's like the game claims it's 3 frames a second. I think it was closer to 0. Zero minutes since last lava incident. We've had so many in this fort, it's getting a little ridiculous. Like, so many in this fort. And when did I disagree? Tickers? It's not an I told you so unless I disagreed. I don't recall disagreeing. No, the stream hitching is my computer. My computer needs its main hard drive replaced. This computer is full of gremlins, and I can't afford to just buy a new computer, so I've been slowly replacing parts of it. So I replaced the CPU and motherboard, and now I need to replace the main hard drive. I replaced the RAM as well, but the main NVMe drive is the next thing that needs to be swapped. Because it's like 4 years old now. But I'm just trying to slowly suss out the gremlins in this PC. There's only so much I can do, unfortunately. And unfortunately, you know, I don't have some sponsorship that just sends me a free PC or anything fancy like that. I don't live in that world. I don't have a surgeon. How do I get a surgeon? I have like 3 surgeons and just none of them are set to be surgeons. Now we do. All right, well, they've all left. So fingers crossed that us pretending to be a vile force of darkness works. Let's set this up as an office. So that our monarch can have her throne room. Like $200, but I have a spare one. I just need to move. It's more just time that I need to put into it. There's no difference between the quality of food preservation and barrels. Although currently this is just the game. This isn't my computer. All right. Now it's my computer. Yeah, no, there's no differences between the type of barrel and food preservation. All barrels are equal in Dwarfort. Well, my goal is to make my Duchess into the Queen, because she dreams of ruling the world. And so obviously we're plotting up against the Queen. Obviously. Seems just completely normal and natural, frankly, if you ask me. Looks like my soldiers have returned. So we went to pillage. The Rack of Princesses attacked the Patterned Poet of the Bulbous Horns at Oakweald. The dwarf Onual Clashed Brass led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Lida Dwelled Thunders. In the early autumn of 152, the dwarf Onual Clashed Brass outmatched the elf Lida Dwell Thunders with a cunning plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. The fight swung through, and the frilly wheels clashed with 3 elves, slaying them. They clashed with 19 cheetahs, slaying 10. 11 tigers, slaying 10. The Torches of Sport, led by the dwarf Melville, clashed with 8 gorillas, slaying 4. The Frilly Wheels, I don't know why the updated names haven't clued in, but clashed with 16 jaguars, slaying 10. We're a lot of animals. The Dungeons and Dragons seized livestock and slayed the final leopard. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to click on. I want to scroll down here. We got 2 white storks, 2 horses, 2 weasels, 2 monkeys, 3 weasels, 2 donkeys, and a monkey. But it looks like we still don't have the prisoners back yet. But we got more monkeys, so I guess that's good. And more storks, and for those of you who really like the weasels, we got more of those too. Several weasels, in fact. Oopsies. I scrolled up. They came back with the wrong prisoners. True, they're freeing all of the local wildlife, just not the imprisoned dwarves. Donkey can be chomped on. Where the heck is this donkey? Oh, there it is. It's down at the bottom. All right, let's go do her again. I'm gonna go pillage them again. Except this time, I'm gonna only try and free captives of my civilization. Maybe we should try and capture and occupy and then get them back that way. And they're accompanied by their war bears, and maybe I need to assign some more of those even. Ah, we've finally begun that mysterious construction. Water buffalo leather, good stuff. Dry season is over. We're entering the wet season. The milker has created Rithlut Geb, an obsidian scepter, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Irel Boardbolted, who, Dishmab, the stone carver here, who just created that artifact, is now no do casa. Welcome to the fort. She presupposes success in any venture requiring her skills, with what could be called a blind overconfidence. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and generally acts with a narrow ambitions, and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and has a greedy streak and occasionally overindulges, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and doesn't really see the point of working hard, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Likes earthenware, gold and green diamond, clear glass, and the color green glass, and I don't know where I got the color from, and sloth leather. Amber giant or not giant, goat bone, and decahedra, and short swords, and caps, and scepters, and crutches, and mules for their stubbornness in the sight of the aquamarine orbs. When possible, prefers to consume Ruthra and silver spirits, and absolutely hates slugs. Chat, remember to ponder orb. Welcome to the fort. Her lips are very thick, her ears are splayed out, and her nose is narrow. Her very long hair is braided, and her somewhat narrow, and her head is somewhat narrow, and her hair is auburn, and her skin is burnt umber. And the artifact you made is an obsidian scepter. All craft worship is of the highest quality. This object is adorned with hanging rings of obsidian and menaces with spikes of pillars of eternity. I mean, silver and water buffalo leather. On the item is an image of Pandasaurus Rex, the dwarf, and snails in grizzly bear form. Pandasaurus Rex is surrounded by the snails. The Pandasaurus Rex looks terrified. On the item is an image of a round, brilliant cut gem in turkey bone. On the item is an image of Pandasaurus Rex, the dwarf, and goblets in wax opal. Pandasaurus Rex is surrounded by the goblets. The artwork relates... on the item, it doesn't relate to anything. On the item is an image of round cabochons and Gosh Knight. On the item is an image of a black bear man in boar eagles, the simple Brush Titans silk. That's very funny. So surrounded by the Duchess, surrounded by things she likes, and also the Duchess surrounded by things she doesn't like. Goblets, not goblins. Does this dwarf have any relationship with Panda? Well, Panda is like one of the people in charge in this fort, so they tend to be more likely to get artifacts made out of them, but let's see. Nodokasa. Passing acquaintance. That's it. Is aware of their existence. It's almost like a hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil thing. They ever... Oop. Okay, they haven't quite left yet. That is still very funny, though. I have a bunny rabbit somewhere in this fort that keeps telling me that it's starving to death, and it's fairly annoying. There you are. You made the most silly, wonderful scepter ever. It's up there, yeah. It's nowhere near as funny as the pure... I think the funniest scepter I ever had was a pink tourmaline scepter that was called the Pink Penetrator. Was maybe the funniest scepter I ever had. But this is up there. This is certainly up there. Because, like, there's been a running joke in the Dwarf Fortress community for years that scepters are dildos. So that just made it funnier. So we're just waiting for Onul to leave? Why is there a book here? Onul! Oh, you're too busy drinking. Onul's also hungry, thirsty, and has lost the ability to stand. And her upper back teeth are gone. Mayhaps we need to, like, retire you from the military. This might be your last job, Dwarf. At least this thing's done. Harry Muffin. That's pretty good. Oy. It's like the faction or like name of a elven settlement that person was talking about in chat earlier, which was like the Squirting Virgins. It's like, ah, yes, the elves. Yes, that's the very traditional elvish name. Onul's on their last leg. Yeah, the last leg of a long, hard career. Caravan has arrived. And we're stuck in ads. We'll just use Dayside because there's a lot of it. Hopefully this lag isn't annoying you guys as much as it's annoying me. Because good God. Let's go around the edge of this again. This time not flooding the fort with lava optimally. I remind you of a stop motion movie from time to time. Hopefully that's making you feel nice and nostalgic. You love stop motion? Well, that's good. A type of film not enough people make anymore. It's really kind of an art form that we're losing. I'm also wondering when those elves are going to attack us again, because they haven't done that in the last few years. Maybe they can see my maniacal contraption from their tree houses and they're going, ooh, maybe we just pass. Skip it this season. Attack them next season. I mean, I would be slightly concerned about attacking this. Certainly not a friendly-looking place. Yeah, but like, when was the Robot Chicken isn't really a going concern anymore, though, is it? Like, when was the last time Robot Chicken put some... When was the last time there was an updated or a new or a recent even Robot Chicken? It's been a long time, I feel. The game's just not responding. All right, let's go to ammunition. Oh, well, there's literally just one. I will sell it to them, though. Got 35 clear glass armor stands. 420-something bags. Plenty of beds, bins, random donkey hair. Clear glass boxes. Some of these are, like, pretty expensive. Look at that. 130 for a piece of furniture. That's kind of a lot. Olsen Grommet, again, not exactly a recent thing. Holy shit, meals are expensive. Now let's sell these wooden shields. I got a bunch of them lying around. I just need to get rid of some trash more than anything. Even the meat's pretty decently high value. Well, let's get rid of the wooden corkscrews. I got 10 green glass balls. I don't really remember making those, but... Copper warhammer. Yeah, no, that'll be fine. Yeah, I feel like, wait, Wallace and Gromit put out something in 2021? Okay, I had no idea. I thought Wallace and Gromit was long dead. It'll unfreeze eventually, I swear. Napster, thank you very much for the raid. It's the first raid of the day. Check, can I get some beers for the raiders? Big thank you. And if I have any mods active, could I get a shout out for the raiding party? I am, lagging. That's my computer. It's not yours. So don't worry about your internet connection, because this bad connection is all me. There we go. Mods did thing. Thanks, Stone. Not you, it's me. Yeah, too true. Too true. Too real. Hello, Nature Dwarf. Good day. Still waiting on 2 more items, apparently. You know, actually, I could sell a lot of scepters, I'm thinking. Yeah, I do actually have kind of a lot of scepters, because I keep making bone crafts. Or I was making bone crafts for quite a bit there. Throw all these into the mix while we're at it. Might have been Calcium Crypt. That would be concerning if somebody was controlling Calcium Crypt. You have a good night, Naps. Classic internet prank. Oh yeah, no, totally. The internet is very well known for pranking people by not working properly. Most prevalent in the United States. It's gonna get rid of this wall. I don't think it needs to be here. $70, $69, $67, $66, $65, $62, $61, $60, $59, $58, $57, $56, $55, $54, $52, $50. So many items. So many things going on in the dense simulation of Dwarf Fortress. You know, it's funny. The classic Green Day song, Wake Me Up When September Ends. For me in summer, it's like Wake Me Up When September Starts. Because that's when everything in this industry gets fun again. It's like it's not too hot to like enjoy streaming. And it's when a lot of the industry kind of wakes up again after rather long period of time of like just not a lot of particularly interesting activity. Buy all these books and the paper. Paper's cheap and I can make some quires. See how much sheet we have. I'm gonna buy that leather. We're gonna trade. There we go. Trading done. How much sheet do I have? 16 sheet. Make 16 quires. Jump up to the library. And put some writing material in here. Anonymous, thank you very much for checking out a gift. The peaches in a can. Because peaches were, come from a can because they were put there by a man in a factory downtown. That is, of course, what peaches did. And where peaches come from, if you didn't know that. There's scientific accuracy right here. Nothing but correct information being shared. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the very generous gift? Okay, so I'm going to remove my captain of the guard from here. And hope that the person who takes that job is going to not be terrible at it. And Onul, the legless once captain of the guard, is going to become our scholar, and Tickers is going to be our scribe. In fact, I might throw a second or third one in here. We're going to throw Mang the mechanic and Locum the clerk in here, all as scholars. Because that dwarf has had a very long career as a soldier, but frankly, needs to do something different with her life. This rough times for this dwarf. I mean, look at how many things they've killed 40 creatures in their time in the military, plus the rumored quake, a forgotten beast, a tiger, and an elf that are all notable. And this wondrous creature, for their salty nature, is going to be named Salty Tempest, which is spelled wrong. Salty Tempest. And she does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress, and never becomes angry. She is rarely moved by curiosity, and she is unfriendly and disagreeable. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and she has an active sense of humor. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She tends to be passive in discussions, and she has a sense of duty. She is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is quite polite, and she likes to take it easy. She often feels envious of others and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And she's not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. She dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was realized. Personally finds sacrifice one of the highest ideals. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals and is put off by family. Has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. They are all returning. She is not distracted after being unable to take it easy. She is incredibly muscular and very thin, and she has a deeply recessed chin. Her ears are somewhat short, and her head is somewhat broad. Her hair is burnt sienna, and her medium-length hair is braided. Her skin is dark peach, and her eyes are amethyst, and her upper left back teeth are gone, and she is a walking scar. Chucks. Is Chuck still alive? I think Chucks is, actually. Yeah, no, you are. You're making ash. You're still the manager. Burning palm logs. Utterly languid pace of easy living. Calm and slow. Finds chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Let's check reports. We did lose a dwarf named Aiden. We clashed with elves slaying them. Did we get anything? No rescues. I might just tell them to go kill. Like, just go try and win the fight. Speaking of dwarves, would anybody else like a dwarf? Spear Dwarf Nil has brought a rumor from abroad. One of these days, we'll actually be able to see what those rumors are. Let's get to this. Base site. Base site. Base site. Base site. Because we need more beds for everybody. A dwarf for calcium crypt? What kind of dwarf would calcium crypt get? Aside from a drunk one. If you have a woodcutter, you wouldn't mind being resurrected. Okay. I getcha. The question is, do I have any woodcutters that are alive? A happy one? I don't know if my bot's happy. Bot, are you happy? No response. Strange. All right, let's do that. Let's also go out to the front door. Oh, that's floor, not walls. I need these to be walls. All right. Bone carver for calcium crypt. Happy bone carver. How about we go with Yushrir the Glassmaker for calcium crypt? Our lovely bot, who's currently making a glass cabinet right here. She often acts with compassion and isn't given to flights of fancy. She has an active sense of humor and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and rarely feels discouraged, and is stubborn and tends to be a little wasteful, a little tight with resources when working on projects, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And people are smoking weed directly outside of my apartment, and my apartment feels like it's getting hotboxed. She personally has a great respect for fairness and is offended by leisure time and leisurely living. And she likes native silver, electrum, and rhodolite, and clear glass, snail shell, and the color dark pink, icahedra, and horses for their strength, and the words of the umber skirts, and the sound of the chartreuse chants, and when possible prefers to consume giant stoat, and kangaroo cheese, and lychee wine, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You see, that actually makes sense, because brown recluse spiders are, like, very bitey and hurt when they bite you. So that makes sense. I understand that one. And giant stoat, that's the animal that everybody suddenly learned exists when that one card game that everybody loved came out. Inscription, yeah. Her very long hair is neatly combed. Her lips are thick. Her nose is narrow. Her gold eyes have thin irises, and she has a deeply recessed chin. The game is lagging, and you can't even tell. Her ears are broad, and her hair is dark tan. And her skin is copper. And her nose bridge is slightly convex. And the woodcutter a devilish potato has been reincarnated. Has 2 children, both of which are alive. One of them's a doctor, and one of them's an animal caretaker. And she is very rarely moved by curiosity, and has a very calm demeanor. She likes to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she does not often feel stress. She can handle. Wait, so hold on. She does not often feel. She is often cheerful. There we go. I kept skipping a line. She's often cheerful, and she's quick to anger, and she tends to handle. She can handle stress, and she has a greedy streak, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She enjoys the company of others, And generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and likes alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally values good craftsmanship and sees introspection as important and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. She likes slate, copper, and peridot and giant mountain goat horn, earrings and catapult parts, and needs a bedroom. And alpacas for their long necks, and giant horseshoe crabs for their ability to hide in the sand, and the words of the suitor of focus, and the sound of the chartreuse chants, and the sight of the skirts of wonder. And when possible, prefers to consume cassowary and prickleberries and potato wine, and can't stand bark scorpions. Yeah, you want to be a dwarf that likes glass in a glass fort. You know, it's funny. We were talking about, like, weed earlier, right? I really wish that more people would just smoke the legal stuff because it doesn't skunk up places like the not legal stuff that these guys outside are smoking. Potato wine exists in real life. You can make wine out of potatoes. Oh my god. It's like making my eyes hurt. Also, I don't know if this is a popular take or not, but wheat vodka is better than potato vodka. Hello, Tsar Nicholas. Long time no see. How have you been, dude? Potato likes potato. Naturally. I don't mind smoking once in a while, but this stuff smells like burnt cardboard. Like, it almost smells like they're smoking cigars, but they're not. It's like cigars that somebody, like, shat on, is what it smells like. I don't mind, like, the smell of good weed, though. Good weed smells nice. It's kind of like, it's got a nice aroma to it. I don't know. I don't mind the smell of weed generally. It's just when it's bad weed, that's bad weed. It's like, if you're gonna smoke right outside my apartment, at least smoke like some lemon haze or something that smells nice. None of this fucking OG Kush skunk weed bullshit. Potato is king? Not when it comes to vodka. Although the Irish doesn't know how to make good beers, so I don't really trust them with potatoes, frankly. Large portion of my extended family is Irish, so please don't kill me. Okay? But Guinness is shit. Here that bleeds through the walls, unfortunately. It's pretty bad, but a couple years ago on 420, somebody broke out the good stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they've done to those plants, but, like, they've bred them in a way that they don't stink anymore. Oh, there's definitely good beer that comes from Ireland. It's just, specifically Guinness is really bad. It's not a good beer. Yep. And the tier 2s are red. I find that it's not the smoke that smells bad, it's the herb on its own. Yep. They might be mixing it with some stuff that stinks when it burns, like tobacco or something. Oh yeah, no, that's also totally possible. Because, okay, so I go to a certain music venue that people aren't supposed to smoke in, but they absolutely do. What they're smoking smells like that venue, which is like this weird combination of like weed, beer, cigarette smoke, cigar smoke, poorly cleaned dive bar, and human excrement and body odor. That's what whatever they're smoking smells like. It's a great metal venue, though. Although nothing is quite as bad as the hallways in the last building I had an apartment in. It smelled like pasta, weed, alcohol, cigarettes, cat urine. Guinness is okay, overrated. It's not even overrated. It's just bad. Guinness is a bad beer. It is a 2 out of 10. My hard drive is on the fritz. I've been slowly weeding out the gremlins out of my computer. The major one was the CPU, which fixed a lot of the problems, but I still need to replace the hard drive on this computer, which is starting to get bad, so I guess I get to do that this week. I'll probably get that done by Monday. Oh, no, absolutely. The fact that people call Guinness a stout, I find, like, retroactively insulting to other stouts. Like, that is how much I dislike Guinness. It's like, don't, like, whenever people compare a good stout to Guinness, it's like, stop, like, insulting good beer. But yeah, I don't know what they're smoking, but it smells rancid. Anyway, hopefully it'll disperse soonish. They can't smoke it for that long, can they? Can they? Okay, let's see if I can just raise this site. We'll try and do that. Attack and raise. We'll steal livestock this time. Good luck to the soldiers. We're going to go attempt to raise Oakwield. Although I am sending some brand new recruits in there, so hopefully they don't go die. We're getting tons of visitors constantly. Traders are finally leaving. It shouldn't be like that. This. Day site. And then we need to connect this to a lever. Front door. Lava floodgate. We'll put another one right next to it. This is just the game seizing up. Because large map. All right. And then you. So I like stouts a whole lot. Guinness is one of the worst stouts I've ever had. It's not undrinkable, which is why it gets a 2 out of 10. But flavor profile-wise, variety, interest. So I guess if you're like the IGN of beer reviewers, you'd give it a 7 out of 10. Yeah, that checks out. All right, let's go this way. Also, to anybody who mixes weed with tobacco, just be a big grown-up. Just be an adult, okay? And if you really, really, really need that level of fix in your life, okay, fine. Smoke a joint and a cigarette. And then everybody else's sanity is spared. And all of our, like, lives improve. Like, totally. If you want to have weed and tobacco, that's totally fine. Smoke one and the other. Let's do that. You know, it's funny. There's very few things. I mean, sure, why not simultaneously? There's very few things where I am like an unpleasant elitist. But when it comes to beer, I am 1,000% an unapologetically unpleasant elitist when it comes to beer. It's one of the only like times that I do that. Like I acknowledge it. It's not something I'm necessarily proud of, but I do it willingly. But somehow tobacco is not. Nah, you just have a fucking nicotine addiction if you think that. Like no, you just have a nicotine dependency. Trust me, by itself it's not too rough. You just have a nicotine dependency. If you need nicotine in your life, fine. You know, we all have our vices. I don't know, being a douchebag elitist isn't really obligated regardless of where you live, but thank you for giving me the benefit of my location for that. I mean, I guess if you're used to like poor quality shit beer and like all you've ever had is Miller Lite, yeah, Guinness is probably a nice treat. I could see that. Okay. So we're attempting to raise that elven site that's right next door. Two-Hearted is your favorite beer? It's hard for me to say what my favorite beer because it changes on the season, depending on the mood. You exist? Hello! True Freak. The freakiest true. How are you today? Sour beers are your favorite? Sour beers are my favorite, asterisk, in the summer. IPAs and pale ales are my favorite in the fall. And dark beers are my favorite in the winter. And then in the spring, I drink whiskey. I've never seen that before in stores. Is it a regional thing? Because if it's regional, I've never seen it. But there are plenty of good stouts. I don't need to check out other people's stouts because if I want a really good dark beer, my go-tos are either the milk stout that Driftwood Brewing makes, or alternatively Fieldhouse Brewing's Salted Porter. It's very good. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. The second raid of the day. It's been a very quiet day today. How's the Bouldersgate? We're playing in a fortress called Bouldersgate, completely unrelated to Bouldersgate, with very unique naming of our faction, which is the Dungeon of Dragons. Splash of hard liquor equals you happy. I mean, hell yeah. I mean, if it works for you, it works for you. I like weird bitter flavors. It's just incredible. That's good. Makes me really happy that people like that game. There was a large part of me that was very worried that it would just be bad or something. Although, upon playing Upon building this fort, Bellinaire, I discovered that I can name forts in Dwarf Fortress Rimworld. I need a new hard drive, so my stream keeps seizing. You can name a fortress Rimworld. You can name a fortress Skyrim. You can't do Morrowind. You can do Starfield. So I'm going to call a fort Starfield when that releases. I'm back from dinner. What'd you miss? Just the game lagging. And we're attacking the elves and trying to topple the site that's right next door to ours. And I'm trying my best to not flood my fort with lava again. But jury's still out as to whether or not that'll happen. Ooh, you've had more showstopper bugs than you did playing Cyberpunk? Really? I don't think I watched a single stream of Cyberpunk without seeing just like explosively game-ending bugs like every 90 seconds. Well, that's kind of impressive. But then again, for me, like I didn't really get the appeal of Cyberpunk at all. Still kind of don't. But hey, some people like that game, so more power to them, I guess. Missing or bad? Yeah, what, like traffic just not working and such? Yeah, I don't know. To me, like, that game shouldn't have been released. They should have waited another 2 years, but... Or put it out in early access or something. Raging Cave has gone into a Fey mood. Was carrying her child while she's at it. Glassworker's shop. Interesting. Gonna get a legendary glassworker. Let's see what she grabs. And it's extremely bad at conveying information. Yeah, I don't know, but like to me, from what I've seen of Bouldersgate, is it's one of those games that lets you do so much. When it breaks, you're kind of not surprised and you kind of see it coming. If that makes any sense. Like, not that that forgives it by any stretch, but... We once again attack the patterned poet at the bulbous horns, and the dwarf Udil led the attack, and the defenders, and the dwarf Udil unrolled a brilliant tactical plan, and the attackers had a strong positional advantage. We were poorly led, clashed with 2 elves, slaying them, and we seized livestock and rampaged throughout the location, and an elf was struck down. And we got 2 donkeys, 4 bonobos, 4 donkeys, 2 weasels, 1 white stork, a bonobo, and a white stork. 2 white storks. And they still have population there. I'm going to try and conquer and occupy. We're just going to send Flame, my bottom squad. And... I'm going to eat all of those creatures that we just collected. Including the baby... no, I will keep the baby jaguar alive. You're too cute. RPG side is the best one ever made. You know, I gotta say that quote about Starfield Billionaire from that recent Xbox event where he's just like, where Phil Spencer's just like, the most important RPG of all time. Why do I have a feeling that that quote is gonna age badly? Like, I want that game to be good and I want people to like it. But I kind of expect that quote to age really poorly. Because, like, Bethesda has their fans. They have people that don't like them. They try to make interesting games. But calling it the most important RPG of all time is a choice. Did I ever connect that drawbridge? Yes, I did. It's also going to be really interesting when Game of the Year time rolls around for all the big outlets. I know probably most people here don't care about this stuff, but I'm really curious between Starfield, Bouldersgate, and Legend of Zelda, who cleans up the most? The forest retreat of Oakweald, a short walk to the east, has been conquered and incorporated into your holdings. Let's see if I can get my dwarfs back. Time to assign a messenger. Non-major nerd is my messenger. Man. I can bring back the soldiers, but not the prisoners. There are still prisoners stuck here. That's a shame. That is a shame. After polite discussion with local rivals, Melbourne Cloister Combat has claimed the position of administrator of the balanced paper. I don't know what that means. That's all I have to say. I don't know. I genuinely don't know what that means. They have Stockholm. Yeah, they've been in prison so long they've forgotten what it's like to be free. Oh, also, it's somebody who's not even on my map, so. Okay, Raging Cave. What have you claimed? 2 pieces of raw green glass and round limewood logs. I have no idea. It's probably a local government, if I had to bet. All right, let's go for this location. We're going to raid them. Oopsies. Yeah, we literally just walked over there and seized it. Oh, I understand. The balanced paper is the name of the local government of the dwarves who took over that elven retreat that's right next door. So the Dungeons and Dragons defeated the patterned poet at the Bulbous Horns and took over Oakweald, and the new government was called the Balanced Paper. Okay. And now we're going for Beard Age, which, by the way, we need to capture the elven retreat of Beard Age because that's a really good name. Their name is this. Their group is the Systemic Clearing. Okay. Victory by Justification. That's the name of a book. Of course, it's a copy of it. This is a chicken parchment quire. Written on the item is a manual entitled Victory by Justification, authored by Ilifin. It concerns the nature of justification, and the writing throughout is ornate and refined. The prose is passable. Tickers over here is very interested about reading all of her books. He's been learning all of these books. I wonder if you've copied any books just yet. I have 0 writing material in the fort. Clear their faces of their beards? Oh, maybe. I was assuming like forests, but... A kitten has adopted Bomb Wreck. Very weird sound just went off outside. It sounded kind of like a siren, but also sounded like it was like falling, if that makes any sense. The police department around here has been like testing all sorts of different sirens, because apparently they've been having problems with cars not getting out of the way fast enough. Some of them just sound super fucking weird. Clear glass blocks. Clear glass blocks. This is going to be the Queen's tomb, by the way. Seems like a pretty epic place to put a tomb. I can type. I wonder what the clear glass ramps look like. I don't actually think I've seen them yet. And here is just going to get flooring on it. Right here, doink, flooring. And I can put a hatch cover. Getting all these constructed. And as soon as those ramps start to go in, build this. But currently, nothing can reach there. Yeah, it's a very dwarfy name for an elven settlement. Like, I will say that. Like, I mean, they can name their settlements whatever they like, but... it's not the most elfy sounding settlement. We're just waiting for Udil to leave the map. Holy donkeys! Let's see. Well, I can get Bim back into the military. Game saving. But, you know, because I haven't said this enough today, chat room, I have to say a real quick thank you. You know, a lot of people have tuned in today. And considering it's a day where I started almost 2 hours late on a day that I don't normally stream, we've had a pretty good crowd here. Well, thank you, everybody, for swinging by, you know, on a very random day that I don't normally stream on. But I I just want to take an opportunity to remind everybody that if you haven't yet, or if maybe you're unaware, we have a lovely collection of mugs over at the merch store, which you can find by typing !merch into the chat. We have a Vile Force of mug. We have a Dinner Dwarves mug and a Gold Rush mug, as well as a Machine Water Swim Club mug, which may no longer be for sale for much longer. The reason I shout this all out is because we haven't had a single sale in the merch store this month. So I feel like I should probably remind people that that exists. !merch in chat if you're interested, or to learn more. And you may receive a thank you in your email from me for buying merch. If you're expecting me to understand what that means, Dad Calthor, no idea. How's the EU shipping? It's made in the EU if you order it from the EU. So exactly the same as anywhere else. Regardless of your location, if you order something, it is made as close to you as possible. So if you're in the EU, it's made in one of 2 production facilities in the EU. There's like one in England and one somewhere else. Although that's not technically in the EU, but you know what I mean. Some evil trick site? I just typed in hit the last 30 days, but I might be wrong. Hold on, let me double check. When was the last order? If it was 2 mugs, you say. Who mugs? Okay, August 10th, 2 mugs were sold. Then there was one on the 4th where 1 mug was sold. And a t-shirt was bought on the 4th, so I'm kind of lying. But still, it's been almost 10 days. Since the last sale. Ooh, Raging Cave begins mysterious construction. Wink. But I'm glad you got your mugs. They are nice mugs. Electrum bars, Gabbro, Daysite, Pomelo wood logs, Mulmerian leather, and a section of cavern has collapsed. Well, it's not the cavern. It's definitely just a tree. Eurus has been grown to become a guinea cock. Well, that's wonderful. Hope you were a baby guinea cock initially. Squad is returned. Check in on them. The dwarf Udil Crowrack led the attack, and the defenders were led by an elf named Teepee. Shore grasping. Udil's tactical planning was superior, but the defenders had a strong positional advantage. We lost Locum, who was struck down by a jaguar. We lost AFDNZ and Rovod and English and Alath. Oh, that's not good. They did clash with 19 gorillas. And tigers. Maybe that was a bit ambitious. Hot damn. Well, I got wrecked. And I just found a furnace operator dead. Oh. So there's donkey cartilage here. And a kitten's skull. I don't know what happened here. So, somebody caught fire. There's donkey cartilage everywhere here. That's slightly concerning. Let's just forbid that. Please don't try and pick this stuff up, dwarves. This is about to go real bad. Fortunately, we are in winter, so it is the rainy season. So hopefully it rains and these fires go out. I actually don't know what most of these dwarves are doing. Are we all gathering wood? I'm assuming we're all just gathering wood. I'm gonna gamble a little bit and we're gonna close this lever. What are the odds somebody gets crushed? Pretty good. Ah. Okay, nobody important died. That's a shame. Anyway, now they won't walk past the fire. They'll take the long route. which goes through this. Trees don't actually fall down, just all their leaves burn off. Sometimes they'll collapse, but it's pretty rare. Raging Crave, the planter, has created Laurie Mulson Idat Gulsimer, a green glass vial. Force of Darkness, and offers it to the Dungeon of Dragons. You don't see those very often. A green glass vial, chemistry equipment even. I feel like we should put that in the library. This is a green glass vial. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with electrum and decorated with pomelo wood. This object menaces with spikes of green glass and lime wood and dacite and giant chinchilla. On the item is an image of a giant chinchilla in green glass. On the item is an image of birches in gabbro. On the item is an image of a wild carrot plant in dacite. Yeah, I'm really glad that you like the mugs. I don't own any of them myself, but my parents do. So I've gotten to see them there at my parents' house, which is pretty cool. Well, stuff is on fire. I mean, stuff is just kind of perpetually on fire here. That's just kind of like part of the territory. You kind of just get used to stuff being on fire after a while. I love just the random tigers just running in and out of the fort. It's pretty good. Just random tigers, bears. No lions, unfortunately. Competent hammer dwarf. Competent swords dwarf. Adequate spear dwarf. Legendary mace dwarf. And you know what? Calcium Crypt, you go join the military. We're going to fill out the second squad while we're at it. Legendary Hammerdorf. These are the ones that came back, the legendary ones. Legendary Swordsdwarf, although I will remove you from being in the mining squad in a moment. Novice Fighter, sure, why not? They have much use for a gem cutter anyway. Competent Spear Dwarf, just one more. And there we go. But the leader of Journey, who's Udil, right here, is the one that led their the dwarves into battle poorly and lost a bunch of dwarves. You are going to be named Vermin. Hateable Vermin. You are now my militia commander. As you poorly led dwarves into battle to their doom. And, well, I just thought the name was fitting. Your wife is dead, was a spear dwarf. Not one of the ones that just died. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, and he is confident under pressure. He is quite ambitious, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he likes a little excitement now and again, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and tends to not reveal personal information. And he is very humble. He does not go out of his way to help others and interrupts others during conversations. And when he's exasperated, he inhales sharply when he's angry. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds sacrifice to be at the height of folly. He is somewhat put off by trade and commerce and values artwork and does not care about family one way or another. He likes shale and billion and tube agate and papyrus and the color sepia, quivers and chains, and cows for their haunting moves, and gabbro men for their rockiness, and the words of the ignited and the words of the ignited brain, and the sight of the tenebrous wonder, and when possible prefers to consume parakeet and spotted ratfish and garden cress and dwarven wine, and hates leeches. His very long beard is braided, his sideburns are clean shaven, and his mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long hair is neatly combed, and his bronze eyes are slightly wide set, and his hair is burnt sienna. His skin is peach. Where did his wife die? His wife died out here, during a siege against elves, most likely. Haunting moos. Moo. Very haunting sound. Vacker the brewer has been missing for a week. Well, I wonder why. Weird. Anyways. Kind of want to just keep attacking them, but... The elves, that is. It's also just kind of a bad idea. They're lost in the bridge dimension now. Probably, yeah. Probably lost in the bridge dimension now. Crushed by Armok. The will of the gods. There might have been a dwarf there. There isn't now, yeah. Gfin. Oh, did you update your Discord name or did you update your Twitch name? I'll be honest, there's a bunch of people who like I recognize from the Discord as people on the Discord, and then they come into chat and they have a different username, and then they're just like, "Hi, I'm this person," and I'll be like, I'm sorry, but I don't know who that is." Are your cows near your village that are frilly black minus the white stripe down the middle? Oh, really? I grew up near cattle. My neighbors always had cows growing up. Oh, right. Okay. Here, I will update your name so that you continue to have your tickets. Because otherwise my bot loses track of who's who. How do I do this? To be able to just like right click. Can I not do that now? Or did my bot figure... Oh, no, my bot figured out how to do it. Oh, wow. That must be new in an update. Okay, I don't need to update your username anymore. You should just have your tickets. Or my bot just does it now. Closest you've been to cows was when your uncle had you go out with a very, very rusty machete to remove all the invasive weeds in the cow pen. You were like 7. I'd be more concerned about the invasive weeds, but... Or the fact that my uncle just gave me a machete. I think that's what would concern me. Cows are fine. Just don't step in their poop. That's my pro tip to anybody who's near cows is watch your step. Because if you get a boot in cow poop, that's like, you need it. That requires a hose to fix that situation. It's not pleasant. 0 out of 10. Some kind of native flour that made the milk taste bad. Just learned more about cows than I ever did. Yeah, I'll fiddle with it afterwards, but my bot doesn't appear to be letting me change your name. At least not the way I used to do it, so which means I need to find the button, I guess. Let's try this. You'll accept the cash equivalent? Okay, here's 2 peanuts and a nail and some dryer lint. That's all I got. That's the cash equivalent to the tickets you have. Trying to get them to go this way. Also something I need to do, but I don't get besieged. I need a watchdog or a watchguard or some sort of thing to stay and watch. I'm going to dig a little square. We'll just have a little doorway here. We're going to put a couple gorillas up there. The fresh milk vending machine. I don't think I would ever trust that. Like, I'm sure it's great, right? Like, I'm sure it's awesome. But like, I don't think I could trust that. I feel like I would just be scared of like dying to some strange disease. Just the fact that it's in a vending machine. I don't know. It's like if it's not in Japan, I don't think I could trust it. How are we doing down here? Chipping away. Slowly, slowly chipping away. You know, Fortress has been quiet today. No random assaults from the besieging ambushers. Just long quiet. We were able to take a location from them, though. News and rumors are pretty quiet aside from goblin activity down by the mountain homes. The elves have been pretty passive the last little bit. Such a slow progression. You know, Chad, if I could recommend having a computer that doesn't have gremlins in it, do that. But that's all. If you could possibly just have no issues with your computer, do that. Domesticated do not. Trained do. So if they're just trained and they're not domesticated or tame, they can lose their training. And if they lose their training, then they have to be retrained. And they will become wild again. So if you just have like a well-trained animal, it's gonna be a good idea to just have like cage traps near the front door to wherever they're living, so that they don't, what's the word? Forget their training and then get stuck somewhere. You don't want them. I love how I kind of screwed this up, but oh well. I do not have enough mining dwarves at all. Need more of them. One of them's in the military, which ain't helping. All right, chat. My tummy just went. It's 5:30. I do need to get to my garden and do some gardening at some point today. So I think we've made some pretty rad progress today. I mean, look at that. We built that. We did finish this, although it's not working yet. But we did finish it. I mean, we haven't needed to use it yet. It does work. So that's cool. We built that. Kind of like the pride and joy of this fortress right now. And obviously we can do some more construction down here to make this area better defended. We took over a location. We got the Monarch. We prepped the Monarch's bedroom for an accident, which I want to do during the next siege. But, you know, it's slightly suspicious. Every Monarch's, you know, bedroom needs a nice big farm, or not farm, fire pit. Fire pit, that's the term I'm looking for here. So don't just run off, because we are going to raid somebody. But if you would like to say goodbye, YouTube, now's the time to do that. You can do that if you like. I will be back on Tuesday, because tomorrow I will be at a festival all day. I'm going to try and get some videos done tonight for you guys tomorrow. Could have at least one. And, yeah. And then I'm going to go see Third Eye Blind, which is a band that I really like. But now's your opportunity to say goodbye, YouTubes. Only one person has said goodbye, YouTubes, now. So, YouTube, you just don't get the kind of welcoming hellos and goodbyes as you used to. I mean, that's just too lurky these days. That's fine. Thanks, chat. Thanks, Bob. Thanks, Stone. Thanks, Taylor, by the way. All right. Once the game's done saving,